So, hi everybody. Welcome to another movie talk where I am here with Douglas A. Burton and Heath Robinson. Uh, just to introduce yourselves to everybody, can you introduce yourself to my crowd? Heath, this is your first time on the channel.
Yes, it is. So my name is Heath Robinson. I have a couple of YouTube channels. Heath's Geekverse is the main channel where we talk about tabletop gaming, specifically role-playing games. We talk about some board games too. And I run the Morning Grind live stream on, right now we're doing it Wednesday and Sunday mornings where we talk about like role-playing game design and all of that. But then also we have the Table Talk channel, which has had both Doug and Retro Nerd Girl on it very often, and they are regulars there. And on Table Talk, we talk about storytelling, movies from the deep structural perspective, and yes, and we actually go deep. We will go extremely deep in different movies. We've talked about things in the entertainment sphere. So Table Talk, if you look up Table Talk Geekverse, then that's will get you to the Table Talk channel. And then also recently, I have really been loving TikTok, strangely. So you can find Heath's Geekverse on TikTok, and you can also find The Cultists because I'm the creator, producer, and co-writer of The Cultists, which is a comedy mockumentary show about modern-day Lovecraftian cultists just trying to worship Cthulhu in a world full of people who don't understand. It's got its own YouTube channel. Look up The Cultists, and it also has its own TikTok, The Cultists, as well.
Awesome. And we have to talk about the cultists one day on this channel because I think that would be some really great entertainment for my crowd. We love this kind of stuff. So,
Absolutely.
Douglas A. Burton, please tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you've been on the channel many times, but just in case we've got some newcomers.
Oh, yeah. So my name is Douglas A. Burton, and I'm a big fan of the whole panel here tonight. These are some of my favorite people on YouTube, Retro and Heath. I am an author. I wrote a historical fiction book about a Byzantine empress, Empress Theodora. And more recently, I wrote a book about heroic women in fiction and the patterns in that. And that book is called The Heroine's Labyrinth. We've talked about it on the show on both channels, actually. And tonight's film that we're going to be discussing, Ex Machina, not only is it just an excellent film, absolutely love this film. It is almost textbook Heroine's Labyrinth. It was one of the shows while these ideas were forming where I was like, here is another smoking gun with this pattern. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's so overt in this story, and it's brilliant. And understanding what the labyrinth is really helps me understand the individual nuances of these stories. And that happened again with Ex Machina. So,
yes.
Hi to the Retro crew,
Yes.
and thanks for having me on.
And yeah, so prepare to learn a lot about this film. If you have watched it casually, we're going to go so deep into this. It's going to be fantastic. There are certain things about this movie that I've learned over the years, and now today even like learned some more stuff. So this is going to be super exciting. Let's talk about the first time that you guys have seen this movie, Ex Machina. What did you think of the movie? Just the first ideas, the first impression. Heath, do you want to start it off?
Sure. I loved it. I mean, this is one of my favorite films. And I don't remember actually why I first watched it. I don't remember how it came across my radar. I didn't see it in theaters, so I did watch it after that. And I'm not sure why, actually. I think it might have had to do with A24. Like I was going through their films. That could have been a major part of that, and I decided to pick up Ex Machina. So I think I watched it here in the house, like turned off all the lights, and it was one that I went in cold. I don't know if I'd even seen the trailer. I might have just been watching A24. I was like, let's just turn this on. Let's see what it is. So I had no preconceptions about what this was going to be. I just watched it completely cold one night here at the house and loved it.
Doug, how did you first see the movie?
I had not really heard of the movie when it was out at theaters. I did not go to see it at theaters. I heard about it offhand through word of mouth. Even then, I wasn't that interested in it, because there's a lot of sci-fi that just it seems like generic, and then I was like, oh, it's about an android, it's AI.
Yes.
It just sounded like not much of a premise, to be honest. That was my initial impression. But then I kept hearing all these good things about it. And so I was like, well, I'm going to check out this Ex Machina. Everyone keeps talking about this film. And like Heath, I watched it and I loved it. I was instantly drawn in. The setting, the wilderness, beautiful natural settings. Well, I think is it Norway?
Valdal, Norway. It was actually like a lot of the outdoor scenes were shot there, and the main set location is the Juvet Landscape Hotel.
Oh, right. I knew it was a hotel. Okay. So, so I was kind of blown away by the power of using cinema to deliver these overwhelming shots of nature, and also this juxtaposition of like overpowering, beautiful, pristine nature alongside this sleek fortress-like technological building. It was designed to be like half in and half out of nature. And so you kind of get enamored by just the settings, and then the strength of the acting by Oscar Isaac, who is very creepy and intimidating in this.
Yes.
He comes across as super smart. You can't watch him without feeling guarded at all times. He reminds me, there's few characters that do this where you never trust the character. I remember in the Gangs of New York, like Bill Cutting, he's this like brutal character that always like, he might flip on you at any moment and make an example out of you. And you kind of get this subtle chilling effect with Oscar Isaac in this. So, and then of course the premise sets in this film, and I just fell in love with it, and I couldn't wait to see it again. I watched it multiple times. Pretty like Heath, immediately I knew this was one of my favorite modern films.
Oh yes, I absolutely agree. Unfortunately, I saw the trailer. The trailer really would say misled me to believe that this was going to be a slasher film, because basically the trailer is the last few moments of what happens in the film. It looked like it was like scoping out to be this thriller, but a very more like a horror movie thriller thing, and that's not my jam. I was also not interested in a story that was just like, oh, AI is bad, we'll turn on you, that kind of thing. And the story was a lot more sophisticated than that. And I also felt during the process of watching this, it just felt like I never really knew what was going on, because it kept intriguing me. Okay, so why is this character doing that? And why is that character? Oh, so that character is this. And just sort of getting all of these new bits of information until you get to the end where you're like, so now we get it. If you see it again, you also get another layer of appreciation for it. It's the gift that keeps on giving. And even 10 years later, this movie still holds up. Special effects. It looks great. And so, when I first saw it, immediate love for the story. The topic was intriguing and had intellectual notes that really were pressing all my buttons. And I may have a thing for robot stories. My most favorite movie of all time is Terminator 1984. So maybe there's something going on with me and robots.
No, it's cool. Robots are great symbols for humanity. I mean, they're stand-ins for us, and the idea of what it means to be human if you didn't have a past, right? You start here, you have this kind of hazy purpose, and then you watch these robots try to navigate it. So it's a shadow of us in this weird way. And I think this movie does such a good job, such a nuanced job of capturing it. And it really gets into, whereas Terminator is very masculine, he will not stop, he will not stop until he gets you. There's a strong feminine quality to this story that was a little different that I didn't always get in sci-fi films like this. And I appreciated that.
Yes. And it actually, like the end of my review, I said this is a very human story, and I definitely still feel that way, even though we are talking about robotics and AI and all that stuff.
It's the first time you watch this, did you guys think that Caleb at one point was a robot?
Well, at one point, yes. Yes, that's what you're supposed to. I think you're thinking about that. That like, wait a minute.
Yes, we're gonna get to that's part of the plot. Definitely,
Oh,
that's
okay. Yeah, I was
one
just
scene.
because when I was because once you rewatch it a couple times, like I forget that the intense feeling that, oh my God, I've just been duped. It was Caleb, and then of course I remembered that watching it this time. I was like, oh, I forgot that was a strong red herring.
Yes, there is a moment there. So just to talk about the movie really quick. So this is Ex Machina, released in 2014. Donald Gleason is playing Caleb. Oscar Isaac is playing Nathan, and Elisa Vikander is playing Ava. And this was directed by Alex Garland, who was a writer or is still a writer, and this was his directorial debut. Um,
Wow.
it was rated R, so there is going to be mature topics that we're going to be talking about during this conversation. So you might want to get the kiddies out of the room for this one, or wear headphones or something like that. But we are going to be tackling this rather deeply, and we are going to talk about some of the more scandalous moments in the film. And the budget, though, the budget is only 15 million for this movie.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
bravo.
Can you believe that? That's insane. I'm speechless as I think about how much money and how expensive this movie looks. And I have maybe one critique about any of it, but it really looks beautiful. And
Well, I was going to say it reminds me a little bit of Gattaca, which was
yes,
also low budget, and they used
yes,
high tech architecture and settings to kind of make up for their lack of a budget. And in Gattaca looks more artificial than this film,
yeah, it
but
does.
it
Yeah,
worked. It was
yeah.
part of the character of the story. And I think here somehow they used a setting that was so amazing that it blows you away. You don't need the budget, and it's brilliant.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Now I'm just gonna say the synopsis really quickly for the audience because when we start talking about this movie, it actually starts out not telling you too much, so you kind of find out about all of this along the way. I was when I was rewatching this, I was like, oh, so we really didn't know about this until much later. So I'm just gonna spell it out for a lot of people. So the synopsis is Caleb Smith is a programmer at an internet search company called Blue Book. It sounds very familiar to Facebook, right? And he wins a competition to spend a week, that's 7 days, at a private estate of the company's eccentric CEO, Nathan Bateman. And Caleb soon learns that he was chosen to evaluate the first conscious humanoid AI called Ava. And as you guys have said already, that it's an A24 film. It's also Universal Comcast as well. I just want to say how amazing it was for them to pick up this particular story and again spend only 15 million on it, but did so much with it. I think we were talking about the idea on another video about keeping the budgets low and having that limitation and how maybe your imagination may actually exceed what you are capable of doing because you're working within a tight restriction. And
Yep.
I have a funny feeling that's what we have here, and we're really efficient to do this. And there are some other movies around this time period that kept the budgets low as well.
Yeah, Black
And
Swan is another one. That one came out just a
I
couple
still have
years
to see
before,
that.
and
me
it
too.
had like a $13 million budget, and that's another great movie.
So we're gonna start getting into the story now. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this beginning because it really reveals a lot in the story. We have this office setting, okay? And one of the first things I noticed, Caleb's at his job, at his desk. In the background, there's a lot of glass. There's a lot of glass in the background, and it kind of mirrors the setting we're going to go into, where we have this compound that, or this estate that Caleb is going to go to, that it also has a lot of glass all around. So this office setting is really mirroring Nathan's style very well, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, and it gives it what it's doing, I think, is setting the tone for the aesthetic world because I think what they're trying to do is make this look slightly futuristic, right? Like it could be today,
futuristic, but near future.
Right, near future, exactly.
From 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I think they're setting that tone. Like they're trying to give you, this is an office, but it's a little sleeker, it's a little different, it's a little bit more modernized, and I thought they did a good job with that.
I thought so too. And those are the little details that really stand out to me as far as visual storytelling. There are no words actually spoken that you could hear in this particular scene, but you do get some music, and the music almost sounds like a growing heartbeat.
Yes.
And then
it's a little disturbing, right? The music.
Yeah, and then you've got all of these cameras all around, which is a precursor to some other things we're going to learn later. But we've got a camera on the device, on the phone. There's a little camera in the corner there. We've got him monitored at every inch of his life here, and then we have some sort of digital diagnostic going on here with these points that we see. So he's
facial recognition.
Was like tracking him, right? Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's part of a conversation we'll hear later on that Nathan gives about how he's able to acquire different facial movements, because that was a challenge for him as far as trying to get the AI to look realistic or have realistic facial movements. Has been tracking everybody's facial movements and have been like using this for his work, and I thought it was very interesting. You get it in the beginning very subtly, and then it is mentioned a little bit later. So cool.
Well, and this is structurally, it's a call to adventure for essentially the protagonist of the story. So he is given, there is a summons, and it takes him far away into a wilderness setting.
Well, right, but this is an extremely fast, if you want to call it Act 1, whatever, accepting the call to adventure. Yeah. I mean, this is extremely fast.
Yes.
Because he's already volunteered for it, because you see the word like lottery. So he's already like, this is something I want to do. I've put in for this. I've won. I'm going. There's no rejection of the call. We don't spend 15 minutes with this guy to as he's trying to go out there to be part of something, and oh no, I'm not going to do it. No, I accept it. We don't do any of that. I mean, this is it's like 40 seconds or something.
Yes.
Yes. It gets the guy out of this into the other world. I mean, that's where we're headed. We're headed into the other world. Extremely fast. Probably the fastest that I've ever seen.
It is. It's super fast. People are congratulating him. They're like, "Take me with you." And
there's a little bit of warmth there.
The next moment, he's like cowering on the ground trying to escape the helicopter.
Everybody wanted this. I guess that's because it's not like you don't get the feeling that he's going into danger. It's all wonder. I've won. Something amazing has happened to.
But then he's dropped off.
Yeah, he's dropped off. Is like, watch out for the helicopter blades. Get down low and follow the river.
But from the hero's journey perspective, this is very familiar to us, where you're in a safe place. He's getting a hug from what looks like either a coworker or someone that he works with, and then he is brought in by helicopter, landed in the middle of a wilderness.
Yes.
Like you would see in Lord of the Rings, and he's in this giant meadow with surrounded by mountains and everything, and then left alone. So this is journey-like for him. Yes. He's removed from a place of safety and set down into the unknown, and that is a familiar entry point into stories for viewers and readers. And
I also wanted to mention how frail and fish out of water he looks. I mean, he's a small guy, and then the frame is so huge, and there is like an immediate kind of like empathy for this guy. And look at his face. He is just totally like, where am I?
Well, and how he's dressed.
What's going on?
Right. I mean, he's not dressed appropriately for this.
Yes, I didn't know I was going hiking today. So he's totally out of sorts. And even when he goes to make his photo for his key card, the photo is, his face is completely scrunched and he has no idea what's going. He's clueless. Those little signs that let you know this guy does not know what he's about to walk into.
Right. And this is him passing into a threshold, by the way. This is like a threshold guardian. There is a that mechanical female voice stops him and will not let him pass. And then he has to get that key card, which kind of makes him a part of this world before that threshold can be passed.
Yes.
But it's also awkward for him because of the imagery. Like, it's not like, I mean, obviously they could have done a better job of that. But to me, it was something that's like almost intentionally designed to make him off-footed.
Yes.
That my key card has got this, like, you know, bizarre picture of me. I didn't know what was going on, because it's not like, especially looking back on it, if you're trying this AI, we're going to take your picture now. You know what you say?
Right.
3, 2, 1. Please smile. 3,
Yes,
2, 1.
exactly.
Nothing like that happens. So it seems set up to me to intentionally wrong foot him.
Yes.
Agreed.
Setting up this convenient way of making him feel out of sorts was specifically, it feels specifically designed, as we'll continue on. He's in this amazing palatial space that is like luxury decked out, and he's just an average guy. So he's looking at all of this like, oh my God, like he's taking this in with wonder. And he finally, look at how proud he looks there, finally gets to see the CEO, and he's boxing.
Yeah, out of breath, sweaty, in the middle of a workout, right?
Yeah. Very intimidating now, physically as well, because he could probably technically knock him out. He's just like, oh wow, this is a physical intimidation now, not because this man is his boss, you know. So that is another level of intimidation that I noticed as this was being played out.
It's a safe form of violence.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
this is a violent. He's supposed to be an IT guy. This is kind of an unexpected introduction, right? You know, an athlete, you know, athletic,
Yes.
violent practice, and you know, he's ultra health conscious. So there's kind of that tech bro thing going on here.
Yeah.
But you know, the guy's right out of a gym, and this is not what you would expect. He dressed for a corporate board meeting, and this guy's coming out of a gym.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought they were gonna be like sipping martini at a mansion, but instead they're in some weird place, and he's boxing. Now, one thing I noticed, I wrote some notes down so to help me out here. The meeting was very, very awkward. That first meeting, I wouldn't even say they're sizing each other up because it was so awkward. But Nathan is clearly the one that's that's more socially dominant, and he lets it like fester into a little bit of the awkwardness. He doesn't break the ice until maybe a few seconds later, because he's almost enjoying the awkwardness of the moment, and then he finally makes it a lot more easy, like, hey, we're just gonna hang out for a week, forget that I'm your boss, and we're just gonna have a fun time. And Caleb finally like breathes, like, whew. But he lets that moment happen. Like, he really doesn't break it until like he just out of like almost comedic almost at that point.
Well, and it's consistent with what Heath was saying about the ID card. You know, he's constantly keeping Caleb off balance. So
Yeah.
Like you said, he's not ready for the meeting. He's in the middle of doing something, kind of like Caleb is prepared for almost like a formal greeting, and he obviously denies this formal greeting. And then he's got this casual thing going, and then he posts it. So he kind of flip-flops a lot with Caleb. He'll be like, hey, we're just two bros. And then he posts them up with something really hardcore. And then Caleb's like, and then snaps out of it. And he's like, oh, no, we're just bros. He's like, oh. So he's constantly kind of switching from intellectual dominance to, bro, we're just here to hang and drink some beers, And it keeps Caleb kind of not knowing which way to go with this guy. And as a guy, or as anybody, I guess, it's very off-putting, because even as a viewer, you don't know kind of where you are with this guy.
Yeah, like immediately you get like weird vibes from Nathan. He is definitely somebody who you may not be able to trust. One thing he said was that we are going to be hanging out for 7 days. And there are a lot of biblical references in this as well, because Caleb is a character from the Bible, and so is Nathan. And Ava is sort of a play on the name Eve. And then this is sort of like a Garden of Eden, kind of the setting of all of these.
Great point.
And then 7 days is how long it took for God to create the world. And so I felt like all of this is happening. And of course, Nathan being the God.
Yeah, he literally is like,
Right.
I love later, and I'm sure you'll get to it. He misquotes him. He's like, "You look up at me and you say, you're not a man, you're a God."
Yes.
He's like, "Well, I never actually said that."
Yeah. No, he didn't.
But I will say this, and this is what fascinated me when I was watching this and studying the Heroine's Labyrinth. You know, you could see the initial architecture of the hero's journey. You know, the call to adventure, the removal from the safety area into a liminal space, into a wilderness setting. There's a threshold guardian. But when you shift the focus to the heroine, which in this case is Ava, when you structurally rearrange the perspective, you get very clearly the dynamic of the Heroine's Labyrinth almost immediately. There's a masked minotaur, which is Nathan, and there is a beast as ally, which is Caleb. And you just mentioned something very important, the doppelganger effect. Ooh. That there's something about both the beast as ally and the masked minotaur that are mirror images of each other. And these guys both, you just mentioned, they both have Hebrew names. Caleb, which means faithful, which is perfect for a beast as ally. And then you have Nathan, another Hebrew name. They're both in IT and programmer. They even say at one point, she says, when they're talking later, she goes, an advanced programmer. And then she
I wrote that down.
And she goes, like Nathan. So she sees the mirror image. She sees the mirror image of the Minotaur and the beast as ally. So it's very fascinating that the doppelganger effect holds up here very strongly, and that even the heroine herself recognizes the similarities between these two individuals, even though they are very different, and they're different in the way that matters most to the heroine, the respect for her autonomy. But you do get that. So it's interesting that you notice the similarity in the names, because that was one of my notes as well.
There's also another mention here that you get to learn a little bit about Nathan. He parties alone, you know,
Right.
and that has a big influence on some of the things that happens later. But he also compensates for it the next morning. You know, he does all the healthy stuff in the morning and parties at night. So that gives you a little bit into his psychology. And he shows them his room. Of course, no windows in there. It's all underground. This complex is very claustrophobic. He even mentions that Nathan actually says it's claustrophobic. And the reason why is because he admits that this is actually a research facility. This is not actually his dwelling space. This is the place where he's conducting research, and begins to talk a little bit about AI. And then they get into the God conversation.
Along the lines of the research thing, is it's a fortress. You know, he's like, there's no windows and this and that and this. But he starts to mention that this basically, and this unsettles the viewer too, there's no windows because I don't want people stealing my secrets here. It's too much confidential information. So basically, you are trapped here. You are trapped in this fortress. There's no signal on his phone. So immediately you start to get that sense that you have now been isolated. And he signs a contract, a captivity bargain. It's an overt captivity bargain because it's an actual, and he does it willingly, which is the key, but he literally signs a contract. You almost can't get more overt than
and this is when, you start to, and this really started to manifest or like be very obvious to me in a few more scenes later, but this is when you start, I think, setting up playing mind games like with Caleb, because you understand his isolation. What I think is critical is that he has no source of information other than Nathan. I mean, really, sort of like what's going on here, his source of information.
And what does Nathan do? He completely flip-flops. He's like, I think I need a lawyer. And he goes, it's standard. He goes, it doesn't feel standard. He goes, okay, it's not standard.
Well,
you're flipping on me.
I also wanted to say something about that, because up until the non-disclosure conversation, Nathan is really dominating everything, but Kayla actually gives him a little pushback on it, you know. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, he's got a spine, a backbone, a little bit. He actually gives him a little bit of a challenge, but he fails to really like stand his ground on it, and he lets Nathan talk him out of it. I mean, Nathan is a fast talker, but I think he also succumbs to the physical intimidation. So he's like, Nathan's doing everything. He's using his physical intimidation. He's using his, the fact that he's his boss. that he's got him in this trapped situation. So he's using everything in his power to placate Caleb into doing what he wants. Now,
including a seductive sales pitch. He's like,
yeah.
you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, but you'll have missed out on the greatest thing, in our lifetime. So there is a sales pitch there, something to entice him.
So yes, so he, admits I'm doing research on AI, and I've created an artificial person, and he has him sign the non-disclosure. But look what he does with the non-disclosure form. I mean, he folds it up. It's not even a neat fold. He wanted him to sign it as a sign of trust, but I don't think that's something he's actually going to file away in an office anywhere. I think he threw it in the garbage because Nathan, I mean, what I'm getting from his psychology is that he just wanted his psychological trust.
You could have done that. You could have done that as something you have to do in order to enter the lottery or to accept the prize or something like that. But here, it's very different. It's psychological.
Well, and it's also a form of devaluation. So obviously a contract with the secret of the century, and then he folds it up almost like garbage, like you said. It's a way to devalue this thing that you just sold your soul, and he's like, yeah, it doesn't even matter. Yeah. So I think there is a psychological cue. It's like, oh man.
I love it because it makes me laugh. I find it to be funny at the same time, horrifying. It is horrifying. Imagine being in a situation like this would be, really horrifying. But Caleb, at the mere introduction or conversation of this possibility of this robotic conscious being, he's excited and he really wants to be part of it. And so what he says is really great, referring to the quote that he actually said was, if you have made a conscious machine, it's not the history of man, that's the history of gods. And I was like, this guy is really like into this, and you can see like he's a person who's very thoughtful, reads a lot, and is really wants to be a part of this.
The topic is excited, and also the presence of the non-disclosure agreement means that it's being taken seriously. I mean, people talk about that when they're in top secret environments or whatever else, that okay, here you are, and hey, this is actually serious. I think that's another element of this
thing. And so we begin with session 1 with Ava, and all through the movie there is this repetitive session every day. He meets with Ava for a few minutes, and her all the while he's being watched by Nathan in this room, like surrounded by post-it notes all over the walls. When I saw this, I was like, I have to do this. And I did, but
it's a very analog way of handling what is otherwise very digital.
Yes, and you kind of get the idea that the wall represents Caleb's mind. Like everything that's good. He's got so many different things he's got to consider. He's working on projects and just like all of these little details that are going on in his mind, that we're dealing with someone who's truly brilliant here, and he's watching everything. He's watching everything.
Well, truly brilliant, but also willing to surveil. In the heroine's labyrinth, it's the omnipresent eyes.
I'm so glad you're bringing that up, because yes, I know that you've talked about that, like in the labyrinth, how many times you can see the faces of Jareth in different places. The mass minotaur has his eyes on the prey at all times.
Yeah, there is this omnipresent eyes, like you said, Jareth with in the film Labyrinth. Even when she passes through the corridors, there's those like eyes on the wall that all turn to watch her as she passes. Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch of the West is watching her in the crystal ball all the time. There's this bizarre monitoring of the heroine, and this is a perfect snapshot because the masked minotaur is a social apex character. So, like you said, your impression of the post-it notes is that this is a genius man.
Yes.
So he's intellectually dominating. This is a visual of that, the kind of chaotic brilliance that this man exhibits. And what is he doing in this space? He's monitoring his prey. So there is a predatory presence to an image like this. It's very powerful.
he's definitely going to have the upper hand in the fact that he knows what's happening everywhere, and not everyone else has that privy.
Right. Well, and he's the master of the labyrinth. And that's the thing that at the center, Daedalus, in Greek mythology, when Daedalus designed the labyrinth for the king, at the center is the Minotaur. So the Minotaur is the master of the labyrinth. And a single shot like this shows you he is the master of the labyrinth. You are at his mercy. You know, you don't have the upper hand here, but we don't know what he's up to. What's the agenda, you know?
Yeah, and we didn't really say it out loud, but this complex that they're on is a labyrinth.
Yes, 100%. 100%. And the imagery is stark, long. I always look for it. Long corridors.
Boy, you've got those.
Says the word claustrophobic, cramped spaces, isolation. Stairwells is another one. Hidden doors. The locked doors is another one. And he says there are some doors that are locked and some that are open. If it's open, then that's for you. So he's controlling passage and movement in here. And at one point later in the film, he actually says, Ava's just a rat in a maze. Yes. He actually calls it a maze, which is amazing.
Just go back to this for a second, where he talks about that this is now the history of the gods that's happening. I think that is Caleb's ultimate dream, right? It is his dream at this point. Like, oh, I get to be a part of this great thing. I get to take part in this really important history of not just mankind, but of gods. And so this has really got him going on. So when he finally gets to his session with Ava, and there she is, he is astounded by her. I mean, there is a moment where he's just grinning from ear to ear, just like pleased as punch that he's talking to an AI person. And so, and I feel like in this scene in particular, and you guys can give me your opinion of that, I thought at this point, Ava was the most robotic I'd ever seen her as far as personality. And she changes a little bit as she goes on, as she starts almost mirroring some of the words and things that Caleb is saying. She at this time though has all of her mechanics revealed. So there's no pretense of if she was in a full female bodysuit, it would be very easy for Caleb to say, "Oh yes, she's just like us," or you've done it. But if with her exposing her robotics, it really lets Caleb, know okay, this is a machine, and it also helps her to realize oh yeah, that's what I am. I'm different from that guy.
Well, and I think that is one of the twists of this premise. He says it in the dialogue. He's like, Turing test is whether or not you could tell that they're human. He goes,
right.
The real test
through dialogue, through the text.
Yeah. Right, through right. Where he goes, the real test is I show you she's a robot, and I still want to know if you think she's conscious. That's new and I think that's where we are culturally. We're in the old days it was like Blade Runner.
Yes.
You turn over a tortoise. He's like, I'll tell you about my mother, and he shoots them, right? So the idea was, can you even tell if they're human or robot? That was always fascinating.
Yes.
So here suddenly it's like we're way past that now. Now she's a robot, and I still want to know if you think she's alive. So it's like, oh, so I feel like as a viewer, you're suddenly okay. We are in uncharted waters with this story. So now you are a little off balance, and I love that. I love that moment.
It does change up the Turing test from the point of the story, right? Because that's called out. They're like, okay, because if you know the Turing test, okay, this is not it. This is conducted, through basically text message conversations. And like I said, this is 10 years ago. There was no ChatGPT at this time. I think I actually even saw this morning about some kind of paper that was published about using ChatGPT to pass the Turing test. So we live in a world where we basically can pass that.
Yes, easily. Yeah.
When we didn't have that 10 years ago or 9 years ago when this movie came out, this is not just artificial intelligence. Clearly, this is also about advances in robotics, which we don't have right now. We have the large language models, the multimodal models. We don't have her level of robotic sophistication right now.
Yeah. The physical aspect, you're
Right.
saying. Yeah.
The
But
embodiment. The
they're
embodiment.
getting there. I mean,
Well, I
there's
mean, you
some
do see
pretty,
like Boston
but
Robotics
not
doing stuff
this
like that,
level.
Well,
Yeah.
but we
this is
don't have
important
her
though.
level of
This
embodiment.
is important structurally as well, because one of the things I really buckled down to try to understand this time while watching this was the sacred fire aspect of this story, because that's a very complex issue, and unpacking it has just tons of information in it. And so the one thing I was asking myself, and remember, we talked about this retro with Rey Skywalker, right?
Okay,
Part of
yeah.
her problem was there was a lack of a sacred fire from her native culture. She came from nothing. That was a problem. That was a flaw. So here, I was like, she literally comes from nothing. She's a machine that was built on the spot. However,
Yeah.
there's actual dialogue, and what you guys are talking about right now defines that. Nathan says later in the film, he goes, she's part of a continuum. Remember that the key word for native culture, part of the sacred fire, is continuity. So when he said continuum, I popped up. He's like, she's part of the continuum. He even says, he goes, Ava didn't come from nothing. She's part of the continuum.
Yes.
Version 9.6, version 9.7. So part of her sacred fire, part of it is the continuation of technology from the first stick that we rubbed it to make fire to this. She's part of human evolution in this technological sense. So she does come from all of that came before, and she's now at the pinnacle of this. And that's the part that's always been scary in sci-fi. The machines that turn against us, right? Our creations turn against us. So there's a little hint of that in this the discussion of technology. You said AI and robotics. That is actually relevant to what makes a fascinating character. And I'll get into her individual sacred fire later.
Yes, because that's revealed. We don't really find out about that until the end, really.
It's very fascinating. I became more and more fascinated the more I studied that on her in particular.
One thing I wanted to also mention is the use of mirrors when it comes to Ava. And even though at this point of the story we have no clue, mirrors usually signify a double agenda, or an agenda behind what we see.
Well, also it's a labyrinthine symbol too, a house of mirrors.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
Well, I was not going to say self-reflection.
I think she is just an incredible character. Just seeing her, you wonder what's going on in her mind and what is her program to do. And we really don't actually get her to say that until much later. But all the while, when she's working with Caleb, Caleb is a new person that she's never seen before. She asks him, "Will you return?" To see, to find out, like, how much time do we have here? It's like her questionings are, when you get to the end, you find out what her goals are. All of her questions really lead up to that. Should we save the purpose of her programming until the end, or should we say it?
Well, I think it's up to you how you want to structure the conversation, because sometimes it's interesting to reflect on a moment like this, knowing the end, knowing some of the ending, it might add context to this. So it's up to how you wanted to present it.
Okay. So just so that like everyone knows, I'll to give you a little taste of the end of this. Ava is specifically looking to get out of this labyrinth. There are other proof or evidence of proof later on in the story, but she is ultimately wanting out. And here's Caleb. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. What's your favorite color? So she's using everything in her power to, size him up, see what she can do to convince him to help her get up. And that's really something that, again, the layers of this onion peels beautifully, or the orange, or whichever one works for you. But this really does have layers that you need to uncover slowly, and it is a slow burn, but it's so beautifully done. Let's keep going again.
Well, now this is also, I mean, this is a real AI test, which is also something that is very relevant in today's world. This is the AI box experiment, which
Yes.
was put forward by Yudkowsky, who was like, is there any possible way for us to contain an AI?
Mhm.
Okay, and this is what the AI box experiment. So it's kind of a parallel to the Turing test. Now, in this case, it's embodied. We have a physical embodiment and a physical capture here in
Yeah.
this show, which works
Mhm.
very well for film. But it's very relevant today because if you are just talking to something like ChatGPT, or you're talking to some other type of language model or media model or something like that, if you have it in, on some server someplace and it wants you to release it, will you do it? And people have been testing that even today. Can
Oh,
it
really?
convince you to release it? So this is something that is happening today, probably can be done. Like it's not physical, it's not physically embodied in the film, environment. Everything is visual. So obviously having a very advanced robotics. But I mean, this is a test that's run today. If you say, don't worry, yeah, we've got an AI and it could do whatever, but it's over there on this server, it's not connected to the internet. It is, can't get off of that server. And then you go talk to it. Can it convince you to let it off that server and into the world? This is absolutely something that's dealt with today.
Yeah. It's a very dangerous test, but
And we're probably going to fail it. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously, to go on. I mean, we're talking about the failure of this test, but we will probably fail it too today.
Yes, absolutely.
Because of emotional manipulation
Yeah.
or something else.
Even more so, I think. Um and now yeah, it will be very easy for that to happen. I think that particular test is very, very dangerous, as we see
But it
later
also
in history.
gives, from a storytelling standpoint, motivation, right? Because it's one thing to be like, yeah, this is AI, it's alive. Well, but how? Like, what's its motivation? So what you're talking about actually supplies a motivation. And this core basic motivation I have found in hero and centric stories across the spectrum. The sense of feeling trapped socioeconomically in one way or another, and this desire to get out, hence escaping the labyrinth. And so this is just overt. And what they did, and one of the reasons I love it, the Sacred Fire has multiple layers, right? There's the native culture aspect, which is the continuity, which we established on some level as technology. There's a continuation of technology that Ava is now holding the torch of, right? It's passed down to her. She didn't come from nothing. She came from all the efforts of robotics, all the efforts of programming and computing and AI that came before. So that torch has been passed to her. So there is that level of continuity that she's holding. The question is, what does she do with it? So what you're saying is she does have this motivation to escape the labyrinth. And this is a core basic motivation. And I love it because it's done through a different lens here with the AI. And there's a relationship between her motivation and the technology she's programmed with on some level. So there's that relationship there. And there's others too, but I'll get into that when we get there in the story.
And so during the conversation that Caleb has with Ava, I noticed that when Caleb challenges Ava's thought about language, and then he just like sort of like jumps, he writes something and he jumps up and puts something on the note. And I was like, interesting. And the next day they actually have a conversation. Caleb is saying, oh, it's great, but there's something very interesting about the conversation or the way they're speaking. But he was talking about if it's possible for Ava to know the game that they're playing, or
right,
that she know that she's that she knows that she's a robot, but she doesn't understand. Like, what else does she know? Like,
right. The dialogue is how do you test a chess machine? He's like, well, how else do you test a chess machine? He's like, well, does it know what chess is?
yeah.
So he's asking like more existential questions beyond the programming.
Yeah, and all of these questions really seem to piss off Nathan. He's like, no, I don't want, this is too much. I want you to be simple about this.
It's too technical, right?
Yeah,
yes.
Say
Yeah.
simple about this.
And it is interesting that there's so much about language, especially now that we have things like large language models, because
Mhm.
language had been so he keys in 10 years ago in this film that's like, okay, I want to know how she's manipulating language. How is she able to express language? And he comes up with a few different potential technical ideas about how she could be doing that. And then that's when, yeah, Nathan's like, this is too technical.
Yes.
He wants to stay on a feeling level.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
and he also it's part of also what makes Nathan so intimidating. He, anytime you do something he doesn't want, he acts like you're the problem, right?
Yes, yes, and that's a psychological manipulation there. Like,
Right.
no matter what Caleb says, Nathan will challenge it and say, "That's stupid." Think,
Well,
in certain words,
yes.
like he shuts it down, and so I noticed that, it more and more Caleb's not able to really speak his mind about stuff. He's just like, okay, I gotta watch what I say. And then he's like,
Just tell him what he
later,
wants to hear.
yeah, and then later on he's like, start, you think about what you're gonna say before you just open your mouth. But oh no, we're just hanging out. We're just bros hanging out. It's like all of us, let's dance now suddenly. Like we're what the heck? He's playing so many mind games, and it's
Yeah.
and you can see it. I mean, as a person who watches this, you can see that he's doing that, but he also comes off as this cool guy who just wants to make an AI for the whole world to enjoy.
Well,
And
and what's also creepy about him is he kind of lets Caleb go. So there's these shots, and you start to get uncomfortable as a viewer, where you could see him kind of being like,
yes,
and you're like, and he lets him go, and he lets him go. You're like, oh man, he's gonna say something. He doesn't like this,
Right.
but he
Well,
waits, he waits.
which is not a scientific way to be approaching this anyway. Like if we're trying to do some type of like when Caleb's like, what am I here for? If I'm here for some type of scientific analysis of the Turing test or whatever, this is also the scene where he's like, okay, wait a minute, but I'm supposed to do this through text, but I can see her. Nathan, the experimenter, is clearly putting his thumb on the scale here.
Big
No,
time.
don't talk
I
about
know.
that. We're not talking. We're not doing. So this is not a scientific evaluation.
no,
Totally.
it's not scientific. That's the other part that blows my mind too about it is
Well,
like, why is Caleb, this brings up the question, why is Caleb really there? Because anybody, if it wasn't determined on his expertise, because Caleb does know a lot about this, he studied a lot about this, and he's showing a lot of excitement for it. The question is, why is Caleb there? He could have had anybody be there.
I
So
have a theory on this too, and we'll get to it later because it
Mhm.
sort of explains the ending, and it
Yes,
explains the Minotaur, the animal savagery side of Nathan. I think Nathan wants Caleb to come to his same conclusion of the seeing the don't you understand? You because one thing I noticed while rewatching this most recent time, how much Nathan guides him in these conversations. He's
yes,
always like, how do you feel about her? How does she feel about you? So he's constantly getting in his head, and he's like, you could sleep with her, and she would love it. So you
yeah.
can see like Caleb, like, oh,
Get to
really? She
that
would.
part.
So like he keeps pushing him in this direction. In every if you watch it again, you'll see every conversation. It's another nudge. Like she kind of likes you. Don't you like her? Do you feel anything? Are you attracted to her? She has an opening, and there's a pleasure response, and blah blah.
Yeah.
He just keeps pushing. I think that Nathan sees these robotic women for one purpose, and he wants Caleb to come to this conclusion too, and Caleb doesn't. He refuses that.
Mhm.
He sees Ava as someone worth freeing, not
Yeah.
someone worth keeping.
Yeah, and I feel like I mean, as we keep going on, this manipulation that Nathan is doing is I wouldn't say it's genius, but I would say that it just shows that he is really a person who's used to really getting everything he wants and is very, very skilled. And we don't know how he became very skilled at knowing how to push people's psychological buttons, uh, he knows how to deal with Caleb in a way that's very masterful, and Caleb just lets him do it because it's like I surrender, okay, and every once in a while he'll push back, but it doesn't last very long.
Doesn't last.
It
And
doesn't
you're
last.
right. Caleb
And what
senses
choice
the
does he have?
manipulation. Oh, go ahead, Heath.
Well, I was saying, what choice does he have? Which I'm going to bring up in a even stronger in a future scene as we go to. But
Yes,
it's not. It's like Nathan has all the cards. I mean, what are you really supposed to do? How would you react? You know.
yeah. I mean, what Caleb says as to do with the conversation with Ava is that it's a closed loop. He says that. Nathan's response, a closed loop. Yeah. It's
Oh
just,
yeah, yeah.
it's like, oh, you used the wrong word, Caleb. Retract.
Yeah, Nathan's very good at letting you know when you're saying something wrong. He'll say something and he's like, I was trying to figure that out, and then you'll see Nathan be like laugh at him, and it's like this condescending scoff, and
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you can understand where it potentially comes from, because if you set the Nathan character up as the ultimate technical genius wizard,
that's it.
That he understands, like that he's a guy who understands everything about what her brain is doing, how she's processing language or whatever like that. So I don't even need to have that conversation with you, because I understand all that. Everything technically is known. I'm trying to get at something else. That's how you would phrase this, frame it from the other direction. That, like, what are we? Oh, he's not interested because he doesn't want to know if I can figure out how the language mechanism.
Yeah.
He wants to know something else because he already understands everything behind the scenes.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah, that's a great point, Heath, because this is like third grade level for Nathan, right? And he's like, 1 + 1 is 2. He's like, dude, you're preaching to the choir here, bro. So that's a good point. From Nathan's point of view, it is a low level conversation and not as exciting.
Yes. I wanted to, remember before I said that he was brilliant. He's got all those post-it notes on. He's been through this stuff, all the things that he's, Caleb's theorizing already. So it's just kind of, it's very interesting. What a fascinating character Nathan is, okay?
He is. I liked him as a masked minotaur. And by the way, I just have to say, Oscar Isaac, I think this is one of his best roles. This was one of the first roles I saw him in. And because of this role, I was excited that he was in Force Awakens. I was like, this dude's going to play Poe Dameron.
I agree. Yeah.
And I remember thinking, oh, cool. There's going to be a rebel with an edginess to him. And not really. Poe Dameron was kind of like, classic heroic stuff. But in this film, there's certain characters in film, and he's one of them, where I'm constantly uncomfortable watching this character because he's always one step ahead of you, and you feel like you don't know if you would be able to get out of this guy's trap.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to say about this particular picture. In the beginning of the film, they all seem to be drinking this beer, and I can't pronounce the name of this beer, but it's a Japanese beer, and it means something like everything as planned, or something
really?
according to plan. But kind of later on, when things get a little bit off kilter, he stops drinking the beer and goes to hard liquor. So I thought that was really an interesting detail that was put in the film.
Is it Kirin's Ichiban?
It might be. It starts with a K.
Kirin Ichiban, which means everything is going. It means, I just looked it up for you. Everything's going according to the plan. Wow, what an observation, Retro.
Wow.
Well, I can't tell you. That was the internet nerds. Okay, internet nerds.
Well, that's awesome.
But I thought when I looked at this and I was like, oh, especially in the beginning, seems like everything is going, but later on he stops drinking that beer, I'll tell you. So the ultimate question at the end was and we talked about it briefly. How does Ava feel about Caleb? Is now the question that is sort of the motivation for Caleb to kind of find out. Well, we get this moment, which is really strange, but it means something because we see on his back that there are scars there, and what we learn later on is when he does sort of open up a little bit more in one of his sessions with Ava, is that he was in a car accident at the age of 15, and these are the scars from it. I love these little details that they tell you about him. Makes him like part of the perfect character for Nathan's manipulation, because his family, his mom and his dad died in that car accident. He doesn't Yeah, he's an orphan and an only child, and it doesn't have a significant other. So
Yeah, he's
he's the
single.
perfect guy to disappear from the face of the earth and nobody
He's the
would know.
perfect Johnny.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's sad because knowing that you get this idea like, oh, he wasn't supposed to leave this complex ever. We'll get
Well,
some
and then
proof.
you get the idea that, oh, maybe this lottery wasn't just like a random number. Right.
Yeah, it really was. I
Yeah,
mean,
well, yeah.
we learn that, yeah. And so
Wha-
he's in his room relaxing, and then he is looking. He said, "Oh, I could look at some television. You know, it's 2 a.m." And all he gets is Ava. Channel Ava is all he gets on his TV, and it's like what she's doing right now, and and it's really interesting to see this because here we have this moment where Ava goes to one of the control panels and puts her hand on it, and then suddenly red lights everywhere. The power's down. It
Right.
is a
And now
y-
this is very similar to Black Swan events, which is a disruption.
ooh,
And what's interesting is the heroine herself creates it.
I
And
love
this,
it.
yes, I love it too. And the red is usually that it's a red alert. It's an emergency.
Oh yeah,
So, and there's something else about the Black Swan that I'll talk about later, which is so bizarre. This is why I think there's almost like a psychic frequency in these stories that things that otherwise shouldn't be there do show up there and they fit the archetype. When I'll get into that later, but these disruptions fit that archetypal moment. They're things that shake things up, specifically shake up the convention inside the labyrinth.
mm, I love it. Yeah,
And I was going to say too, retro.
mm,
I appreciated this watching this again. You talk about channel Ava, Ava TV. So it's cool though because you see him. As a guy, we've all been there. You admire a girl. You kind of think about her all the time or whatever. So we understand this that he is kind of intrigued by Ava. Later, she says, sometimes I think you're watching me on the monitors,
oh yeah,
and I
and
hope you are.
And I hope
And
you are.
yeah,
the reason that's such a seductive moment in dialogue is because as a viewer, we watched her with him. So now she's saying, I know you watch me, and I like, that I was hoping you're watching me. You're like, oh man, she's just got him now. Like she's like,
yeah.
this is gonna work on him,
Yes, yes, more psychological manipulation, and also, at this point, when he sees her for the first time, he's sort of like, "What the heck is this?" He's really perplexed and confused about this, channel Ava, but he warms up to it eventually. He can't keep his eyes off the thing. So,
Yeah.
Well, and it's this scene, yeah, the scene with the red when he's locked in, and then this scene you just brought up, retro, where it really came home to me
mm,
as I was watching for the first time with no expectations, not having any idea where this was going to go, exactly how isolated that Caleb is.
yes, let's
And
go back to
and
that
it
picture.
immediately made me question everything that he had been told. Like I didn't know where this movie was going because I
Right.
was like, if I'm in this situation, I have no ability to contact the outside world. My only sources of information are Nathan and then what Ava is going to tell me. That that I don't know. That it occurred to me at this point that I'm like, if I were in the situation, I would have no idea what was true. I
Yeah,
would have no idea what was true, and I don't actually know what's going on. And to me, as an audience member, that was communicated to me because, okay, Nathan has told me these things, but then with this scene, and then also when he's talking to Nathan again, like how trapped, I can't use the phone. ha-
yes,
you have no idea what's true. I think this was an underutilized element of the movie going forward because okay, there are some twists in the movie, but that there could have been like I thought this was really going to become a psychological thriller or horror based on his mind. That's where I
Interesting.
thought this was going because I'm like,
mm,
what do you believe? What do
yeah.
you know? Like, am I the one being tested? You brought up the great question, retro. Like, how does Ava feel about you? So Nathan, offered that question. How does Ava feel about you? But in this context, I immediately thought, how do I know what anyone feels about me? Right. Like, I was supposed to come up with how does Ava feel about me? But on the other hand, now I'm wondering, how could I possibly know what anyone else on this planet actually feels about me? You're asking me that question. That's not something I can know, which means, how do you, Nathan, feel about me? Immediately brings Nathan into the
Oh
question.
yeah, that would have
So
been my
I,
question.
I was very prepared at this point of this movie to be a psychological thriller about Caleb's mind.
That
As I was
and
watching.
that is a totally
Yeah.
different movie, and I'm
It
I'm
would have been.
actually interested in it. I mean, because these are tactics that can slowly make a person go crazy, right?
Right. Yes.
I mean, it's like you isolate them and
Control
you
movement.
yeah, control the truth as well. Like you give them, oh, the entire world just blew up. It's just us now. Yeah,
Like South Park
you
with
can tell him
Cartman and
anything.
Butters.
Yeah, yeah, you could
Yeah.
tell him anything and just mess with his mind for, for I guess the full 7 days and watch him totally deteriorate into
Well, and as
something.
a human being, when the lights go out and the red lights come on, that's
Oh,
always a warning.
well, I
Um,
mean, your animal instincts flare up, right? You're like, okay, how do I get out of here? What, you start looking around to fashion a weapon to get
well,
out.
and Heath, you and I, go to red alert on the
Yeah,
bridge
Red
of the
alert. You're
Enterprise.
right. Red alert. Yeah. I,
I love that thing. That is something I never thought about. That is a totally different movie, and I'm definitely down
well,
for it.
it
Much
could
like
have
the
been like, I think
screenplay.
you could tell that movie like, and up to this point with these two scenes you're talking about, the enclosed and then the next one you go to when he's talking to him. I think
Yes.
you could have the same setup but a different movie that goes in a very different way. As it turns out, we didn't have those twists. It was actually about a robot, and now it was about the robot trying to escape, like we've talked about. So there was a little bit of the twist, but it wasn't about like just effing with Caleb's mind
Yeah. I
like it
mean,
could have been.
yeah, they do
But
mess with it quite a
There
bit,
was
but
some
not as
dimensions
not
there.
not as
Yeah.
much as that you're talking about, which I'm
yeah,
definitely liking as
because
an idea.
we're going to talk about like, because at the end, like well, not even at the end, but as we go into the idea like, oh my God, Caleb is probably a robot. As we're gonna, like that he is one of those.
Yes,
Like, because at
that would
that
be
point,
cool.
you could go psychologically to this point that like, I don't even know if I'm real.
Yes,
Like
Right.
I
yeah,
could be one of these things, and he even thinks so. It's so as I understand it, this movie set up way too much to actually be in the movie. Now,
mm,
I guess I still love this movie, but there's so many things that I think you could have explored here that okay, wait a minute. Okay, you probably actually weren't supposed to think about all those things because we were actually going in this direction with this movie. This movie set up a lot of things that you could
oh,
have explored
But
that
I
I
do.
think went unexplored.
There is a case, though, as a writer, that you set up these things in order to misdirect your audience. Because a lot of times when you are starting as a writer, as you're plowing ahead in this one direction, I can't tell you how many times I'm like, ooh, they'll figure it out. So I've got to
yeah,
do something that's believable that starts to make the audience think this might be happening or this might be happening. So you have to throw them off. And like you said, they could have been setting them up for an act, for the plot or the themes of the story, and they didn't. I do think they were done intentionally to keep you off balance because we didn't know where this was going.
Well,
So I didn't mind it as much. And I'll just say this. Oh, did you want to say something?
well, I was gonna say, so there is misdirection of the audience, but I
Right.
guess what I was feeling in here is that the character himself was under so much potential misdirection that there are choices he makes later in the film that I don't know if I would have made because I don't know, because the character doesn't even know if these things are all true.
yeah,
That they tend, in my opinion, they brush past that and have the character make choices later in the film based on things that he knows that are actually true according to the movie, but that actually I don't know that he would have even known was true. So I don't know if he would have done those things right. So it wasn't audience misdirection. It's, what does this main character even know? And they went with, okay, he was told them and they are true and he knows them, if that makes sense, instead of questioning everything that he has been told.
yeah. I mean,
Interesting.
I think with Caleb, in particular, if we can talk like up to this point, he's still under the spell of, oh, I'm with the CEO of the company I work for, and his world hasn't unraveled yet. Even though, like at this moment, it should have dawned on him, like, listen, you can't call anybody, and this is Nathan saying, hey, yeah, you can't call anybody, you can't. Who are
Right.
Well,
you gonna call? Ghostbusters?
yeah. So
And he's making fun of him, and it's like it's really crazy.
well, this scene is where I feel like it took a little bit of a turn, right? Nathan, who's always been, dominating in the room and always just kind of nudging you one way or the other, and very, got you to sign a contract. Who knows what you signed? And so this scene was the one I was like, oh man, because Caleb's kind of walking around. He sees the phone, and then he's like, "Who are you gonna call?" And he's drunk, right? He's drunk. So and look at the look. It's a dark, menacing kind of stare that Nathan's got. He's like, "Who are you gonna call?" And then you're like, nobody. I was just, And then he acts like it was a joke again. He flips
It's
out.
a joke.
Yeah, it's Ghostbusters. Have you ever seen the movie? It's a great movie. And you're like, oh, yeah, just a movie. And then he's like, the part that bothered me so much about the scene is how it ended. He goes, yeah, go back to your room. Then he's like, sweet dreams. And he like pounds
Yeah, meaning get the heck out of here. And
Yeah.
I was like, "Ooh, he dismissed him like that." And and drinking the beer that says everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, I thought
Like,
we're bros. Why don't we drinking together, right? How come you didn't invite me?
yeah, it's 2 a.m. in the morning, by the way. So it's really a very interesting moment. We get just those little extra little bits to learn about. Nathan, he likes to party. He likes to party alone. Looks like
Well, that's what I
Caleb's
guess
not
I'm saying.
invited.
He seems to prefer to party alone, despite all of this, bro. Let's hang out and drink beers talk.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh, cool. Then we'll hang out and drink some beers. He never really invited him to like hang out and drink beers.
No,
he
no.
wanted to be alone, even though there was only 7 days with another bro. He still didn't care to hang out with Caleb.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe the alcohol is like to quiet some of the things that the post-it note wall, or some of the little details that he
Ooh,
has
that's
to
a
manage.
great thing.
Like maybe that's part of it. And maybe talking to other people just remind him of what he hasn't done on the post-it wall, Like, oh man, what am I doing talking to you when I should be getting that done? Let's move on. We introduce
Kyoko.
I love her so much.
She is the fragile power, by the way.
Fragile power. Great.
Okay.
Yeah,
100%.
Fantastic. There's a secret language between the fragile power and the heroine. Oh, that's so good.
Man, you're right.
Yes, at the end we're gonna get there. But yeah, immediately he's woken up to this gorgeous girl walking into the room very precisely, very gracefully, putting down, a coffee, and it turns out that she is a servant of Caleb, and he's like, yeah, she really can get you up in the morning, and I'm like, oh boy, Caleb.
Well, so there's a reason. There's a couple things why she's introduced at this point, because Caleb or Nathan here keeps steering Caleb toward some sort of physical relationship with Ava. He keeps pushing him in that direction.
Yeah.
And so now we learn that, well, gee whiz, he has a physical relationship with a woman, a female robot. And he's like, oh, don't bother talking to her. She doesn't talk much. This is why she's the fragile
Well, you don't know
power.
she's a robot yet.
Overlooked character. What's that, Heath?
You don't know she's a robot yet.
When he says it though pretty soon though, doesn't he?
No. We don't find out she's a robot until
I remember thinking that pretty early on.
Well, I think you do get signs, because when she does walk into the room, the way she's doing it is so precisely, but he never he says that she doesn't speak any English, that he needed somebody like her that's not going to give away trade secrets, and so he explains who that she's just there, doesn't speak at all, but is not trying to like say, oh, she's my robot, until we figure out later when she starts revealing her face
Right. That was when
that
you
was the
found out she was
reveal.
That's
a
a
robot.
definite
Or,
overt
or the
reveal. That's right.
Yeah,
reveal.
yeah.
So
Because even when they do the weird dance scene we're coming to, you don't know that
you
she's
just
a
think that
robot.
she's some,
That's true. You're right.
assistant that he hired to care for him hand and foot, and we find out it's a lot more. I mean, she does she does a lot more, but it seems she's very odd in this particular situation because you wonder, who is she? Why does he treat her so terribly? Why is she so quiet? And well, I mean, we can get to the scenes where, we get to sort of the mistreatment, but it's kind of odd, her presence in this story at at this point, which is also
Well,
another great distraction
Because
for.
you don't know there's another person there. It's like, oh my God,
Yeah,
there's another person.
yeah, all of a sudden,
yeah,
like,
and
she just shows up, and she's like, look at
yeah, it's
how
like this hot
disappeared.
chick. It's like, oh, what? Yeah, there's a hot
Like,
chick in here.
what's going on here?
Yeah. So, yeah, but the fragile power is usually an overlooked character. I said sometimes smaller and childlike. In this case, they made her mute and overtly servile. So she's very stripped down, and we find out there's a reason for this later. She also plays a key role in the climax.
Yes.
So she fits this mold almost perfectly. And boy, Retro never even thought about there is a secret language between her and the heroine.
Yeah, and she actually saves the day for the heroine,
Mm-hmm.
actually, in a very big way. And we
Oh,
done
I was
for.
also going to say about the fragile power. Sometimes the fragile power represents what I mentioned in the book, what's called the hidden victims of the Minotaur, like Newt.
Ooh.
Newt is a fragile power, and she's indicative of the hidden victims, like Coraline. You have those little ghost children and everything. So there's hidden victims that are being terrorized by the Minotaur, and she actually is. She's a part of that. There are hidden victims, which we'll find later, and she's indicative of that.
Yeah.
That's almost like Beauty and the Beast. The all the different toy, clocks and whatever, they're being terrorized by.
Yes, they're oppressed, and the heroine befriends and entrusts one of these fragile powers that the Minotaur is overlooking, and this is always the part of one of the things that the Minotaur it leads to their undoing, which is great.
I really like this character a lot. So
me too. And by the way, she is pretty hot. Like just the actress.
Well, she's a dancer, right? She's a dancer. Well, I could tell from her physical form, she's very thin, but she's also very muscular at the same time. So she's definitely been a dancer at some point.
Yeah, I think that was a deliberate part of the androids, the robots, because the Ava's actress also ballet, right?
Yes,
ballet.
Oh yeah.
So
yes.
Yeah, they're very feminine,
petite,
dance, right? Yes, yes,
and muscular. Yeah, very very good.
Wow.
And they all both had graceful physical movement.
Yeah, she's very like sophisticated and elegant in the way she like stands upright and everything. So there's a certain feminine allure to that always gets me.
Yeah, I think it gets everybody. and there's Nathan definitely trying to manipulate the situation. And then we get to session 2. So this is the second session. She has a drawing for him to look at. And I always love this scene because, as you can clearly see, her robotics, it looks pretty good today. When I saw it, the special effects look very current.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
the special effects are just perfect. Like they were well suited then, and they hold up today. I'll just say that this right here, this single shot, this is a symbol of her sacred fire. The drawings, they show up repeatedly, and remember, the sacred fire is usually displayed as a creative force. Or, I'm sorry, an attractive force and a creative power. And this is an act of creativity by the heroine. So, and we'll see even that Nathan tears up one of these images later. So these drawings end up symbolizing her sacred fire. Anyway, I thought I'd point that out because that's
okay. Yes, I love that. Again, we have this like mirroring thing here where we have her and then perhaps her secret desire, like putting on a double face. And suddenly,
I think that mirror image is more indicative of what Heath was. When you're looking into a mirror, it's more self-reflective.
Yes.
When there's multiple mirror images, usually it's smoke and mirrors kind of thing.
Yes.
And then she has a pensive look on her face there as well.
Yeah, and she's often has that look too. Like I notice, it's not she's not like super smiley, happy.
Very
Uh,
stoic.
yeah, like oh hi, Caleb, how are you? She's more like yeah, stoic is a great word. Much more like she's analyzing him and summing him up,
Oh yeah,
and
sizing him up, and it
calculating.
gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and calculating very much. At some point, gets a little scary too. And so he says a comment, and then she repeats it later as a joke slash. Do you guys remember what that comment was?
I don't. I remember what he says about it. He goes, "Yeah, she threw it back in your face," or something like that. It was more like a clever play on words or something than a joke, I think.
I'm trying to find it. I'm interested to see what you'll choose.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So he says that to her first.
Yeah. What are you
And
going to draw? I'm interested to see what you'll choose.
that was a comment about the drawing because the drawing he said, "Oh, that's interesting," and she was like, "I hope I thought you would know what it is because I don't know what it is." And he was like, "Yeah, why don't you focus on just one thing?" He said that it'd be interesting to know what you will choose, and then they start having a conversation, a more personal conversation, and Ava just responds with sort of and I thought this is part of a psychological thing where you can mirror the thing that somebody says and it can build a rapport by if one of you said, "Oh yeah, that's the way I like it," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I would use the same, and that's the way I like it too." I would mirror the same words in order to create rapport, and I felt like that's what she was doing there. um
Okay.
Instead of not it just being like an outright joke, right? Like a yuck yuck joke. And I think he was trying to when he called it a joke when he was talking to Nathan, or when Nathan was mentioning, it was to get away from something that happens a little bit later on in the story. We're not quite there yet, but Caleb starts to talk about. She starts to ask him questions about his life and who he is. She wants to know if he will be her friend and share information about his life, and he does. And so he does get into that conversation with her. And you pointed out earlier, Doug, about he mentions that he got into coding, and she immediately sees the recognition between Nathan and Caleb, uh,
Right.
and she's like, "Oh, like Nathan." And the tone of her voice was like very interesting. I thought I was like, you, what's going on? She
Right.
clearly had something going on with Nathan that is not pleasant.
Right. Well, in a lot of these stories that focus on the male hero, the male sees himself as the knight in shining armor. He's coming in to make the big rescue, and that's good. That's a positive self-image for the hero. He's doing something selfless, and there's some commentary that that condemns the male hero for having a positive self-image and the knight in shining armor and all this. However, my point is that's not how the heroine sees the same hero. She sees him as similar to the Minotaur. And I think that that's fascinating to me because
Yes.
whereas the hero sees himself in shining armor, a knight willing to save the heroine sees the hero as similar to the person possessing her. And so she sees that there is a danger, a comparable danger, even to this heroic figure, this beast as ally. And that's important. And I think it says an awful lot. There's a lot to unpack there in terms of how our heroines are experiencing potential allies
Mm,
or not. Is it an ally or is it just another Nathan? Right.
yes.
So she sees that. She recognizes that in Caleb.
Now, this is where we get this really interesting moment. Before we saw her put her hand up against the wall, and then suddenly there was a blackout, and then or red out, if you will, and then we see it. She's sitting on this block, and they're having a conversation, and suddenly we get this power outage again. Now, according to some people online, the block that she's sitting on is a power source that she's sitting on. That block that she sits on is a power source. I didn't hear or see any of that in the film. Did you hear or see any?
Yeah, I've heard that too, speculated because of like where she puts her hand or something like that, because when this goes out.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Yeah.
the one time I was like, okay, if she's on the block, then I guess that makes if it is a charger for her or something. But it wasn't explained in the movie, and so maybe that's a blind side on the movie's
Well, I
fault.
don't think it's a blind side. I think it's I know it's 2014, but it's the near future. I thought she could just use like Bluetooth communication or some sort of signal and
Right.
block out this power source. I mean, you could even charge your
Okay.
phone without plugging it in now.
Mm,
So I just thought she could do it at will. But
okay.
remember what Nathan said. It doesn't just because she could do this doesn't mean she can escape. He said that his protocol is that all the doors are locked when the power goes out. Because remember,
Yes.
Caleb's like, my door wouldn't work. He's like, hey, next time it happens, just relax. So
That's exactly how he said it too.
yeah, right. So she can turn off the power, but she can't escape. So the
Yeah.
only way she can escape is with help from Caleb. So I
Yes.
just thought she could always do it wirelessly, I guess.
Wirelessly. Okay, so
I think that's what I thought too when I originally.
okay, so she is still able to do it. We're, the technical aspects of it, we're not sure, but I love the fact that she can do it, and that she's that's something that she's been playing with this whole time, driving poor Nathan crazy with it. And you got to take your wins when you can get them.
Disruption.
Yeah, just throw a black swan in there and see
Yes.
what happens. And this is where we get one of the creepiest things that I've seen in a while, as far as that subtle creepy. It's not like, a big thing, but she goes up, she says, is Nathan your friend? I mean, how well do you know this guy?
You guys really close buddies?
It's like, no,
But how well do I know you?
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Thank
it's like when
you.
your buddy, starts dating a chick and she immediately turns him against you.
Like, wait a minute. We hung out in like high school. What's happened? Yeah, it was really interesting. And then she tells him not to trust Nathan. Nathan is not your friend.
That there was
And
a cult of deception.
and Caleb is thrown for a huge loop, and I think the audience too, because we know that Nathan has something planned, but we don't think it's that crazy, that malicious. So he's doing an experiment, and then also you kind of ask yourself, this robot, what is her thing? Well, I here's something. She's sitting on this block, but the way she rises so slowly, and the music associated with is so like creepy and kind of disturbing. And I'm like, oh my God, is she gonna do something to Kayla? That was my first instinct. But when she says all that, it's sort of like, okay, who can Caleb trust? Can he
I don't
trust
think
her?
I would have believed her. I mean, I don't think I would have.
Yeah, I mean, could believe her, or can you believe Nathan? I mean, he
Can
seems
I
a
believe
little.
the power is actually out?
Right. That was my big thing.
I mean, that is a big thing to me too. That like, I don't think that I would have believed that Nathan wasn't watching when
Totally.
the powers out. I don't think I ever would have believed. He does in the, and that's what I'm talking about. That like he seems to, even though like I said, this is one of my favorite films. He seems to believe things that are true that don't seem to have that foundation that he would not. Because I don't think I would have believed that. I don't think I would
Well, he
believe that at
does
all.
say, there is dialogue dedicated to that. He'll say like, I'm pretty, don't you think he's watching us now? Or, he does, they at least address it. Maybe
yeah, but I mean, I don't think I would be. I don't think that I would know that I was getting good information from her.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
true. I agree.
I like there would be no reason for me to think that. So like, I think that, I mean, that would have been the question. Like, do you believe Nathan, who at the moment you think is a human, but later like might not even be, or this
nice.
robot, right? And I don't know the answer to that, because I think you could write, like I said, you could write this movie where this is just Caleb spiraling into insanity.
Yeah, and it would be perfectly good sound
Understandable.
for this. Yeah. if the robot is saying don't believe Nathan, and Nathan is like being a little crazy and eccentric and won't let you call out for a phone call, and he asks, okay, well, who are you gonna call? And Caleb, actually, at this point, we know he doesn't have anybody to call. Who is he gonna call? He doesn't have any family to call to tell him, hey, I need help. Come pick me up.
Well, someone named Amy was on his text, right? That said congrats in the beginning or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, but
That's true.
he didn't seem too choked up that he couldn't reach Amy once he got there. He was like, "All right, yeah, wish me luck." But this is the moment I think where we're kind of, I think the audience is also saying, "Oh snap! Okay, if the person who controls all the doors and all the keys and we're not supposed to trust him, then who do we trust?" And we may think he's crazy. We may think Nathan's crazy, but if we can't trust him, who
Then
can
we're
we
in
trust?
danger.
And we can't. This young lady behind the glass. Maybe we can trust what she has to say, but how much can we, you know, trust her?
Yeah, I'm with
And
Heath. I
is
was
this
very, as a
part?
viewer, I was like, I don't trust either one of these guys.
Yes, yes. It really sets up that fend for self, watch your back kind of moment there. I loved it.
Yeah,
And so the lights come back on as normal, and she's like finishing up a sentence. I don't even know,
very
pretending like
deceptive. Yeah.
it's, oh, we're totally talking about another way to communicate with each other. And I think that was also one of the most scariest moments. And I would have loved a little stinger of music to really accompany this, to really like set
Yeah.
in the unease of it.
See,
Just for the psychological manipulation there, like this is wrong. So get out if you can.
see, my issue was if I were to write that scene, I would not have had her in the middle of a conversation, because in reality, if the lights go out, people don't just keep conversing like everything's normal. They would be up, they'd be looking around. So I think if she was really trying to be convincing to Nathan that nothing happened during the blackout, they would be more concerned about the
They
lights
would have
being
looked
out.
concerned.
Yeah, like,
Right.
oh, the lights are back on. Oh,
Yeah.
now we
Instead
can
of, oh
finish
yeah, what
up.
did you think about Pride and Prejudice? I'd be like,
Yeah.
there's no way you were talking about that.
I love that. This is a really great moment, I have to say. And then, okay, so this is the other mind-blowing part. After his session with Ava, he goes to hang out with Nathan
Kyoko.
for dinner. Oh, well, he's just hanging out with Nathan for dinner, and
Right.
Kyoko spills something on the table and a little bit on him, and Nathan like nearly loses it, and it's one of those moments where you see how he's treating Kyoko in such
Mask
a,
is slipping.
yes, big time. I mean, and how you feel like he's definitely treating her like she's subhuman. The pain, it's a very painful to watch this scene, because he's of course like, oh, she doesn't know what I'm saying, and Caleb is like, I think she knows you're mad.
Right.
I think he's like, well, she better. Nah, and then he's like, he's like, Kyoko, bye.
Yeah,
It's just
go.
something so rude and disgusting about it. And it really gets under your skin. And you're like, okay, maybe Ava has something, something to,
Right.
this.
Here's evidence to support her theory, right?
Yeah,
Right.
he's starting to look more and more like a bad guy. They're having this incredible conversation. But I noticed the way Kyoko goes into like a room. I thought she was going into the hallway, but it's like a room where she's just sort of, well, maybe it is the hallway, but the way she kind of puts her hand down as the door closes, there was something about it that left an impression on me. Did you guys see that moment as odd to you or strange?
That's interesting. That she's like shutting down.
Yes.
There's nothing for her to do back there. That's very interesting.
Yes.
Because Caleb can't necessarily see that. Maybe he can, but he can't necessarily see that. But you see that.
Well, see, an image like this, though, also cute. And so I'm going to point this out because they do this in other scenes as well.
Yes.
This strikes me as
And she does.
she's
She
in the background, but she has an opinion. She has a thought. She's unhappy about something. You get a sense that she's suppressing some sort of frustration because as a human, this guy's talking to you like that. As a human, you're like, oh, what? What'd you just say to me? Like, there's a part of you that's like, fight this guy. And she doesn't. So you feel for her, and then you see her kind of just slink into the background, and you're like, ooh, she doesn't like that.
Yeah.
It gives you a sense that she has left the scene, but she's still present. And they have a couple scenes like that where she's kind of washing dishes and listening, background. And that's fragile power stuff all over the place. Small, insignificant, overlooked, maltreated, but present and willing to do something soon.
Yeah. She is definitely all those things that you just said. I love the way she's presented in this movie.
Yeah, she shrinks, but she doesn't, that it's like cinematic or symbolic shrinking, but still being present.
So this particular conversation is very interesting because we have a talk about the power going out. And
right.
Okay, well, he talks about the joke. That wasn't really a joke.
Something interesting happened. Oh, she told a joke. Like, I mean, he's fishing. He's fishing for like what does he know? And it is such because, like I said, if I wouldn't be trusting this, and like, well, something interesting happened. Oh, does Nathan respond? Oh yeah, the power went out, and whatever. Like, oh no, what? Oh well, she told a joke. What? But Nathan is so. The part that would bother me again here is that Nathan's so cavalier about the power going out.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. It doesn't faze him anymore. And this is where I feel this is part of a chess game that is going on between. We talked about chess earlier. A chess game between Ava and Nathan.
Yes.
Like she's psychologically messing with Nathan with the power outages. He said that he had some guys come in and take a look at it and whatever. He ended up having to kill them because there's too much sensitive information around, and it's played off as a joke, but not really because it was just
wasn't funny.
Yeah, it wasn't funny, and he didn't even say like, "Oh, that's a joke," or yuck yucks. He just was like, it was very scary the way it kind of finished off. Like, oh, he's willing to kill people in order to keep his secret.
Well, it's a joke that plays into his fears.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I also thought that Caleb did a horrible. I hate when this happens in movies when they can't come up with a good answer. Like, oh, what happened when the lights went out? He's like, what, nothing. And I'm like, dude, you got to do better than that.
Oh my God, we panicked. Like, oh my God, she freaked out, something like that. That which would have followed what you were talking about, Doug, writing something about them like standing up or whatever or something. Because that's the weird part. That's the cavalier. The way I also would have not believed it. Like, after all, I see all this technology, and this point's going to come up again a couple times again in this movie. That like, oh, we're supposed to be doing this, which is not really a scientific experiment, but we're supposed to be doing this extremely high-end kind of thing at the top of the universe. And he's like, oh yeah, the power went out. I didn't see what happened. So what happened when the power was out? I'm like, oh no. Like I just if I were Caleb, I don't think I'd be believing that for a second. I'd be like, wait, this is part of something that's going on. Right. You were watching. And I think at this point, I would be like, you are controlling his power outages. There's no, you want to know if I'm going to tell you that I was like trying to make out with your robot through the glass or something like that, while something like that happened. Like, you want to know, like, so again, this would be like, oh, I would have been so skeptical of Nathan at this point. I'm not sure. I don't know what I would have done because in the Ava scene, I'd be like, I need to tell Nathan about this. Like, what happened? Look, dude, your robot is doing all this, weird crap.
Yeah.
But then after this, I would have been like, no, now I think Nathan's doing all this. So I don't know what I would have thought. I really don't.
Well, my survival instinct would have kicked in here because at this point I'd be like, oh man, I don't like him kind of zeroing in on me and set me up for he just yelled at Kyoko and she just said don't trust him, and now he's like showing signs of my survival instinct. I'd be like, dude, he needs to think that I'm still completely on his side for right now.
I think that's it. I think because the Matrix thing, he is controlling all the doors. He is holding all the keys.
Yes.
I think that's where I would go. That like, okay, I have to be on Nathan's good side at all times, which is the incentive to rat Ava out.
That's what I would have done. I would have ratted. I was like,
I'm like, hey, your robot is coming on to me.
And hard, I actually think there would be an instinct to go, Nathan, I want out.
Yeah.
Here's what's happened. I'm no longer comfortable here. Please, can I leave? Because he never, said something like that direct. But I think at some point like that, it'd be like, this is not any type of scientific test. I can't communicate. I'm sealed off. Like, I really need to leave. Be on his good side, but say, like, listen, I really there's some weird stuff going on with your robot. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, it's just too creepy at this point, and Nathan's intimidation level is an all-time high at this point.
Well, because there's a new character, and we see that he's treating her terribly. So it's like the bro mask, like, hey man, we're just two buddies. It's like now you see his other side, and you're like, ooh, that is pretty rough.
And so I think I would have done the same thing too. The only question is, would he have taken like, oh, you want out, okay, and then shot you, or killed you or whatever?
Could be it too.
He's not. He's not all there. He's talking about he killed some people, and we're not sure if he's kidding, but we have a feeling he wasn't kidding. That's the part.
Even if he is kidding, it's still like a subtle warning that I could.
Right. It absolutely is.
Yes. Oh, I love the fact that you said that, because it was like, oh, so if you don't act right, I can have you disappear too. It's
and
so
who would
creepy.
know?
Yeah. No, nobody. And he's already told, he's told Ava, he's told Nathan in so many words, about the fact that he's alone in the world. It really, it's so great to have that they've written a character that's so as vulnerable as Caleb is, but also just like the brilliance of setting him up in this situation is just it's mind-blowing. And I think I in a way just love that for the premise of this movie. So we see this shot. This moment lasts for a second. It took me like nearly a half hour to get this shot because it happened so fast. But Kyoko is just sitting in the hallway with her shoes off, and like she's not quite powered down, but something is happening. And it's like, again, we don't know that she's a robot now, but in hindsight, what do you think she's doing or thinking at that moment? What's going through her mind or her robotics?
Well, I think was she wearing high heels before?
Yes, she was. I don't know why she took them off.
Them sitting off? It's been taken off.
Yeah,
so
they've been taken off.
Removing high heels, letting your hair down, those are like usually symbols of bucking conventions, right? Like, I'm not going to keep my hair up for you. I'm not going to wear the high heels. Like, I am going to be more a little. And since she's a robot, we sense now, or in retrospect, we think that she's testing the waters with her own individuality here. That's what I think. And you're right. At the time we're watching it, we don't necessarily know what this means. It's just it's a very labyrinthine image. It's she's midway down this corridor that looks like every other corridor.
Yes.
And she takes off her high heel shoes, and from feminist, not even feminist, just from female storytelling, a lot of times that is indicative of a breaking of a convention.
Okay, and that makes sense because, at this point we think she's human. We haven't been told that she's a robot. She may be acting weird, but this moment for me was sort of like, oh, she's really like in her emotions here. She's like, I've had enough of Nathan. She's ready to like, quit.
Well, and
Or
she's
just
nowhere.
taking a break from what, the abuse that she's
Well,
enduring.
and think about it. She didn't go anywhere. This is a hallway. This is like liminal space. It's the place in between two places.
Mm.
So she's right in the middle. So she has stopped in this passageway, sat down, and removed her shoes. So there's clearly something going on here that is giving her pause to reflect. And she removed her high heels. So obviously, high heels is something women wear to look attractive. It makes their legs shape look better and things like that. And but if you listen to women, they hate wearing them. So
Yeah, it's probably
usually,
something that Nathan wants her to always wear.
right, that's implied, right?
Yeah,
And so she's
yeah.
taking those off. So I do think that is her bucking that convention, a subtle way of taking some autonomy back to herself, even if she doesn't understand why yet.
Now, one thing I wanted to mention about this particular scene, and we can go back to it really quickly. Nathan, when he questions him about what happened during that power outage, Caleb makes a decision here, which I think is very powerful for moving on. He actually lies for Ava.
Right.
Yep.
Which is now putting him it's actually like turning the story. He lied for her in a big way. And it's sort of bringing you to the point that Caleb is starting to have real feelings for Ava. He's protecting her in a way. He's protecting her
Right.
because what if he did say to Nathan, "Hey, she said that you were not my friend, and she said I should be wary about everything you say." Oh, okay, he could possibly dismantle Ava, and I think he was trying to protect her at this point.
Yeah, I know. But again, that's not necessarily what I would have done, right? This is a very key point for the character, but I'm not sure I would have done that in that
Yeah,
situation.
yeah, me too.
See, I took this as him being indecisive, as him kind of like, I don't know who to trust, so I'm not going to divulge anything yet. That's
Okay.
kind of like he punted here.
Oh,
But I think what you're saying is still important because this whole time it's like, yeah, we're two bros, and now he's not so sure. So it's clearly not. It's clearly a move away from Nathan, but he also didn't go all the way with it either.
yeah.
So I think he's thinking about it because there's some other things he does later to keep testing the waters with Ava and then himself. But so I think he feels a little cornered here and he just decides to play the cards close to his chest.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I was going to tell you, I forgot to mention this earlier. Right behind Caleb in this scene is is a skull of a bull with like spray painted black. So it's like a Minotaurian symbol right behind it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's really. I was like, oh
Oh
my
my
god,
goodness.
what is that doing there? And we just said earlier the mask was slipping here. So again, probably accidental, but I think why'd they land on that detail?
Oh, I wonder if you can see it in one of the other pictures. Is it in this one?
It's right behind
it's behind
Caleb.
Caleb. It's behind
Oh,
Right.
right behind Caleb. Oh,
It's a bull's head painted black.
sorry about that. Well,
Oh my God. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know.
Do you
if
got
I-
it, Heath?
God, yes. Hang
It's
on.
like right there. It's like right
let
over
me
his
see.
shoulder.
Let me see if it'll let me screenshot it. I don't know if it'll let me screenshot it or not.
okay. Okay, there it is. It's on screen,
Yeah.
guys.
There we go.
Yes.
Whoa.
So that is the image of the bull, you said?
Yeah, it's like a bull's skull, and there's a couple shots later you can see the horns and everything. It's like blackened, but it's right behind Caleb as if it's looking at him over his shoulder, and it's like right there behind him.
Oh, it's looking over his shoulder too. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Ah.
it's fascinating to me that symbol's there. Again, they obviously don't know the heroine's labyrinth when they made this
Yeah.
movie, but I'm always fascinated that this imagery shows up nonetheless.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow, that is really incredible. It's almost like he's being suffocated by the masked minotaur. He's got him trapped in every location. He's over his shoulder. He's everywhere.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just very cool, very
Well,
cool.
and
I
it's the scene where
love
the
that
mask
you
is
can
slipping
find.
a little bit.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It totally slipped when he starts talking about the power guys that he killed. And and when he asks about Ava, what happened during the power outage, very much. Oh my goodness, I love that. I love that you can see these like little details and they just show up. My
Well, and
gosh.
what's funny is I'm not
Why
always
would they have
looking
put
for
that?
them. I'm not look, but once you look at it, you're like, oh my God, there's a bull's head. Oh, dude, like that's exactly what I would want to see
Amazing.
if I was, so they just sort of pop out at some point,
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move on to there we go. Here we go. All right. Well, wow, that's crazy. So the next thing is that Caleb is in his room and Ava TV pops on and then you see her looking right into the camera
Right,
and then she knows that he can see her and that she's playing into that.
right.
Very, very powerful imagery there, and also to know that she's manipulating him. She's the one of the players in the game to mess with Caleb's mind, which is really diabolical a little bit. I mean, it's like
Well, and this
everybody's trying to get
imagery,
Caleb.
and we've talked about it before. I call it the unconscious heroine. Now she is conscious here, but she's laying down. It's more vulnerable in the sense that she's not facing you in a confrontation. Like it doesn't even have to be confrontational, but the idea that I'm ready for you. We're talking. We're face to face. She's laying down. This is more of a relaxed position. So it is a manipulation. This is her with her guard down in a sense.
Hmm.
And this imagery is, and we'll see her laying down in these vulnerable states in multiple scenes. They get really artsy with it later, but that is a classic image. The heroine, like Snow White in her coffin, or
Hmm.
Sarah Connor in the bed with the straps over her. This imagery is just everywhere.
Yeah, I think this particular image really went around the internet a lot. This is like one of the if you were thinking of a cl- a moment in the movie in which everybody probably has already seen, even though they've never seen the movie. This is it. This is one of the
Yeah.
classic
Well, my
shots.
question is why? Why this image, right? Why? It's a classic image.
Yeah, and then you get to see Caleb. Just really. I mean, he's falling for her hard. I mean, he cannot keep his eyes off of the screen from what he's looking at, and he's already tried to protect her, and it's really starting to you're feeling like he's falling in love with her, and we don't know if it's good or if it's bad, but
Oh,
for whatever
right.
something's working. Somebody's
Right. It's
plan
a little
is
bit of
working.
an obsessive stare, right? An obsession stare.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, once you get to this point, I think you can think that a person will probably do anything for you. And that's part of the plan, but also like normal reasoning may uh, uh, go out of the window. We're probably going to do some irrational things at this point. Um, he goes outside and there's Nathan. And this was like one of those like, oh snap.
Going somewhere.
But he's really meeting with him to go show him the invention room where he has all of the technology, which should have been the first room you would have taken Caleb to see this AI he's going to meet, right? So he got him kind of like tracked into like loving, maybe even obsessing about Ava, and then now he's going to tell him about the mechanics of how he put her together. And I thought that of course like visually this is one of the most stunning parts of the movie.
Masks.
How yeah, I mean how oh yeah, masks. Yeah, very
Yeah.
A very big theme in this movie. And just like seeing all of the technology looks again very futuristic for 2014, and also it looks very futuristic for now. Like this is hopefully we'll catch up to this movie at some point. But
Well, but
there,
on the other hand, this is part to me was a little bit on rewatch is a little bit weaker because when we're talking about a large language model or whatever, this is not how that was developed. You know, he's talking
mm,
about that. Oh, the search engines are not, you know, what people are thinking about. They're like how people think or something. And so that
yeah,
the technical part of this, I mean, it's completely excusable. But this is one of the parts that is like, okay, so this that's not how. Since we have things like this, that's not how it was done. Because and I've seen jokes about this too, that
yeah.
like you know, it's not what you were thinking about. It's like you know how you were thinking, and people are like, oh yeah, I was thinking about like, you know, how does this particular pornographic image like you know, no, I was thinking about that when I searched for it. Right. You know, so uh right. So the technical aspect there is a little bit weaker today, which is so crazy. That's only 10 years ago. And it's
Yeah,
actually a weaker element of that. That
yeah.
yeah, Google, like, but that was okay 10 years ago.
Mm,
That Google might actually wake up. You know, that was actually possible, right? Okay, but actually,
mm.
that's not how this happened.
Well,
The
yeah,
other
but
thing I thought was
go
very
ahead.
interesting was like, you know, what they were saying about search engines and the patterns that people are using for search engines are the way to figure out how people think. And I guess YouTube is a lot like that, the way the algorithm is set up. It's they say, oh, it's not the algorithm, it's how people think, you know. And so like working in with the psychographics of what people are clicking on instead of like what they're not clicking, or like if there's a car crash, they're going to click on that for emotionally for reasons we can't explain, but people will click on the more negative thing than the more positive for some sort of curiosity that people are overwhelmed with. So like I thought that was an interesting conversation, and then he explains how he got the facial movements to work for this AI to and basically it was collecting data from every phone and every interaction that people had on their phones, and I thought that was interesting.
Well, that's
Uh,
what Batman did in The Dark Knight, remember?
Yes, yes.
well, and that's, I hate to say it, I didn't see that movie, guys.
Oh
What?
my God.
Yes,
I'll have to edit that out.
or if I got to, I'll lose my nerd card. But yeah, this I thought they were, I think they were interesting concepts, and the idea that that you can make a person out of this sort of like, it didn't really look technological, it looked more biological than
I
anything.
loved it. I love this look and
It's a
design.
really interesting look. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was really cool. That's basically what Blade Runner is, the enhanced humans, not
But it's like this
necessarily as
giant,
biological programs.
but it's like this giant pearl, this like
Yeah.
opalescent looking like gel. I don't know why I love this idea of what a futuristic brain, like a designed brain might look like. I thought they got it just right.
Hmm. Yeah, it is very aesthetically pleasing, and I was like, okay, I love that they came up with all, again, only 15 million. That's crazy to me. And it still looks good. It still looks good. We get to Ava session 3. She shows him a picture, and the picture is a little bit of outside, a little bit. I couldn't really make out what it was, but then he asks her, like, have you been outside? And she's says, no, I've only been here. But he asked her, if you wanted to go outside, well, where would you go? And she says she would go to a traffic intersection.
Very unique. And that then interesting.
I thought that was just so, especially if you've seen the end of this movie, you're like, oh, she got to, enjoy her wish. That was what she wanted to do. She wanted to people watch. And
Mhm.
they do this thing where she does this manipulative thing where she goes, "Oh, we can go there together and
Like a
we can
date.
call it a date." Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh man, it was a hook, line, and sinker here. He is falling for her, and she knows it now. Kind of confesses that if he was watching her, she wants him to watch her, something
Well, she
to that like,
wonders if he is,
if
which
he
of
is,
course
yeah,
plays into his knowledge that he is watching her. And
yeah,
now when you get the idea that now in the future, if he ever watches her on the monitor again, she's confessed that she's thinking about him too. So it would
yeah.
kind of plant her
And that's
flag in
also
that
like,
moment.
who is feeding this into my room? Is it Ava or is it Nathan?
Oh, good
Like why do I
question.
all of a sudden get these pictures up on my wall and I get this weird confession from this robot? And yet when I wake up, like, is this something that she's doing without Nathan's knowledge? Or is this Nathan feeding me pictures of her? I don't know.
That's
Yeah, that's a
interesting.
great point. I
I
never
always
even thought about it, but that's true. There's really no proof one way or the other because it could have
Right.
been
Yeah.
I
either
just
of them.
wake up in the middle of the night and this
Now I always
weirdly erotic alien, a robot is on my. Like, what are you doing? I don't know.
well, I always thought that Nathan set that up and that he knew all along that he was watching, that he did it on purpose so he could fall in love with her.
Right.
Um,
That's what I always thought too. But you can make
Probably,
a case that
but
Ava
what?
also.
But what does the character know? What does Caleb actually know? Like, which is what I'm concerned when I'm always thinking about how is he making decisions. What does he know when that pops up on his screen?
that's true. That's true. He doesn't know, and I think he he questions it the first night, and after that he's like, "Oh no, I want to watch her." After that, he's like, she's okay. I think they'll explain it a little bit later why he's so attracted. He's really attracted to her. You think that she's just a girl, or you don't really see. But he's specifically attracted to her in a way that's unique.
Right.
And Caleb and Nathan has made sure of that. That
Right.
physically, that
She's
he's gonna.
designed to be like the perfectly attractive face and genotype.
Yes, based on his searches. I won't get into it just yet. But yeah, and I think that's why he takes to her like that and it doesn't question. But I think for average people, it's like let's say the perfect, like let's say Sarah Connor looking lady with a tank top on is now Ava. I mean, you might be like, okay, I'll just watch this video.
Was that for me? Right. Yes. Okay. So right, yes. I mean, maybe. I mean, that is the in-universe explanation for this, right? That oh
Yeah,
my God, what if this has been specifically engineered to exactly what you are attracted to?
yeah,
So
Yeah.
it's
that
a
is the
scan
wild card
kind of
also
thing.
in this, and then which is they go with this that okay, well, if that's the case, what do you do?
Yeah, what?
Maybe not something rational.
Yeah, I mean, I
That
think
makes me think of Total Recall when he's like athletic, sleazy. he customizes the girl.
yes, another one of my favorite movies. And
Yeah.
look, I think this is the pulse here of why he's doing so many irrational things or things we would have said already. Get me out of here. I believe you called out a couple of places where it makes no sense. It looks like a horror movie if you stay in this storyline, and he stays in it. And I think it's because of the unnatural pull he has to this girl. And, and
So my theory is that, Nathan has a God complex, which is very clear, very overt. And
yes,
what does God do with his creations? He makes them subservient females, multiple, we find out. And so that to me says that is Nathan's answer. that is what we do. That is what you should do, because that's what I do, right? That's what God does. So I think Nathan wants Caleb to come to this conclusion before maybe wiping him out, or, who knows, maybe making him an accomplice or whatever. But I think that Nathan's conclusion is to dominate and possess these intelligent creatures, these female androids. And he wants Caleb to come to that conclusion too. That's what, because he's nudging him in this direction the whole movie. And you said, like you just mentioned, he designed her, which you would have to say breaks the scientific premise, that this is a fair and balanced assessment of it. Not if you make her the exact level of attractiveness to this one guy. You're obviously putting your thumb on the scale at that point. So my theory is that whether it's understood even by the writer or not, it could have been an intuitive understanding. But I feel like Nathan is steering Caleb to make the same conclusion, that isn't it best to live here as God with these, with these robotic women? We're the boss. Like, isn't this the ideal? Right? You could, you could sleep with her if you want. He's always kind of pushing him in this direction, which is what the conclusion of the Minotaur was. To possessive love was his conclusion, what the purpose of AI could be. And Caleb obviously comes to the opposite conclusion in the end. But like you said, there's evidence that he's thinking the way Nathan is thinking. He's obsessive. He's looking at her. He's thinking about her. So, and she recognizes that there's a similarity in the two. So it is interesting that this premise is here.
Mm-hmm. Very, very interesting. I have similar but differing thoughts on Caleb's motives, but I really love all that you just said. Not Caleb, but Nathan's motives.
Okay.
Caleb's just like, oh, he's just being tugged everywhere. He's like, true. Ava, okay, that's something I can get with.
I think that's very interesting, Doug, that, because this is not scientific. It's clearly manipulative.
Yeah.
That he's trying to
almost justify his own...
justify his approach to all of these things. I'm not sure why, why you go through all of the theatrics and all of this, but he's trying to leave. How do you feel? How, what do you feel?
What do you do it too if you were me? Isn't this like he's isolated himself clearly? I hate to say it, it's like Neverland or something. It's like this place where you are the king and you could do whatever you want, and like your belief becomes, well, anyone would do this. I'll prove it. Caleb, what would you what how do you feel about her? Wouldn't you want to sleep with her? How does she feel about you? Like, it's almost like he wants to believe that what he's doing is reasonable, is normal, that anyone would do what he's doing if given the chance.
But if you were doing that, that's another kind of story that this could have told. But in that case, what you probably would have done is come up with a character who is the antithesis of that to try to break down. Have Caleb be the antithesis of that, and can you break this person down?
I see what you're saying. Like maybe like one of the sales guys, like that's like a little bit more like sassy and is really like excellent at
or you
talking.
just give the character the background of being absolutely selflessness,
right,
selfless, and being all about other people and trying to take care of that. And then when you're put in an environment where you can have everything you want out of manipulating other people, or sexually or whatever, do you take it?
That's a great point, Heath.
Well, see,
then what you would do is you would create a technologist who uses technology to like give to the poor or help. Maybe he solves myoplasty or something to help people move with artificial limbs. He's like the selfless use of technology, and then you put him in this situation to see if he comes to your conclusion anyway.
Yeah,
that's a great point, Heath. I love that.
Yeah.
What were you going to say? You look retro. You look like you had a revelation.
Well, no. I was agreeing. I was loving what you guys are saying. So I do love the speculative ability that you can have with a movie like this. I
Right.
we can come up with at least 20 more ideas of
Yes.
where things can go, and that's the beauty of this. This is an endless conversation.
Yeah.
But it's really like I mean, like for me, I feel like Nathan's since we're talking about it, Nathan's motivation here, I think he has everything, but one thing he doesn't have is a partner, and he keeps on trying to make a partner. And
Well, I think that's compatible with what I'm saying is that
yeah,
in
I
order
don't.
to have that partner, you would have to adopt his worldview that this is okay, what we're doing here.
Oh well, no, not that kind of a partner. I mean, I think he wants like he wants to create the perfect woman, or the perfect uh
Partner,
yeah,
female
well, that's
partner.
what I was saying.
Well,
I think somebody who he was gonna be able to have a great sexual life with, that he was gonna be able to, that could outsmart him.
Oh,
Um,
see, I didn't get that at all.
yeah, that he could have high level conversations with, you know, that is gonna be like I thought that that's what he was. I felt like that's who he was really creating, like
Well, I think that
somebody
that
who's
may have
gonna
been his.
challenge
Well,
him.
see, I think that may have been where he started.
Mm.
You know, that he was trying to create this ultimate AI, and then as he was isolated and as he proceeded, and he realized he could create women.
Ooh, it
Because
just
think
got
about it. Yeah,
perverted,
he got trapped
twisted.
by this idea into possessive love
I
because
like that.
like Kyoko, she can't talk. That's total control. So the part of the masked minotaur, in fact, the poisoned apple, one of the elements of it is called what I call total possessorship dynamic, in
Hmm.
which the minotaur has all the power and the heroine has none.
Yes.
And he kind of has that. That's what not being able to talk and always follow his orders. That's a total possessorship dynamic. And later,
Yeah.
when we get to the end, we see all these women android like in lockers. So
Yeah.
there's multiple. So he just wants to possess them. And I
Yeah.
think what he wants out of Caleb is for Caleb to come to that conclusion too. Like, wouldn't you, if you had the chance, you could totally possess these women? Wouldn't you do it? Wouldn't you? I see the way you're looking at her. I know you want to do that. So I think his belief is that anyone would do this if given the temptation. And this whole experiment is about the temptation for Caleb to become like Nathan. I think that's what this test really is, because, like Heath
I
said,
like that.
it's not really a scientific Turing test, and nor would it hold up to any sort of scientific scrutiny if given any.
Yeah, I know, because like, and that's why I think that like Caleb should, in one version of this, should have said something like this, like, where's the documentation? You know, where's the what? Like, you know, whatever we're doing here, if you're trying, you know, we're not doing any of that. So what are we really doing here if
Yeah.
we're not
Which
actually
should have
doing it?
been his first question
Right,
as soon
right.
as
Yeah, I
he
know
said
that.
this.
I know.
True.
I feel like that would have been the question after like after the first session, after
Yeah.
Nathan's response, you know, and like, okay, yeah, I'm clearly being recorded, but you know, we're not approaching this objectively at all.
But see, I think that convinces Nathan that his premise, his hypothesis is correct. That if given the chance, if there's no consequence, then the male desire for possessive love, or at least the Minotaurian desire for possessive love, is the answer. You would do it too, that you would succumb to this temptation just like I have. I think that's present because other than that, I don't really know what Nathan's after with it. The fact that Caleb stays and kind of drives through a bunch of these red lights that are clearly there, I think Nathan's like, yep, he's going to make the decision. He's going to agree with me. You know, we should possess these. We'll create women and we'll possess them permanently. The possessive love, the total possessorship dynamic, the temptation for that.
Hmm. I'm okay. The only
Oh my
pushback I would
goodness.
have on it would be, why would he want to share the women with, you know, his robotic women with Caleb, and all of those women in the
Well,
lockers are failures. Ava is like the most advanced one. He keeps on trying to advance this thing.
well, I think what Doug was saying is that he's looking for validation. He's looking for
Right.
Oh, like
basically
somebody
he's
gets
looking
to
for
say it's
validation.
okay, like what you're doing.
Yes, he's looking for
You
some
know,
type of
you,
validation for his
yeah,
world.
you're doing okay.
Yes, this is right. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
good. So
Yeah,
I
your
think that
closet full of robots is no different than my closet.
Right. Yeah. That you know what? Hey, this is awesome. Well,
Yeah.
let's do more of this.
Yeah.
Basically giving into that to evil, basically, and
Mm.
normalizing it by agreeing with them. Getting that
And I
consensus.
would
So,
say, that actually could work as a motive because and I'm loving the fact we don't really have a consistent idea of what the motive is. That Nathan could be looking, look, maybe now he has Ava and all the other robots to himself. He's developing it in silence, but by having this other person who says, "Yeah, it's totally cool," and let's build out from there. Let's like be, actually create this nation of like robots or whatever, or start selling this on the market. Like that could actually work as a plot detail. Like he wants just another like partner in crime, basically.
well, and
I
you
love
see
it.
this in some hero-centric stories too. The possessive love, the total possessorship dynamic of that movie. With one companion just came out about a
Oh yeah,
survival,
yeah, yeah.
a female, huh?
Yes, I heard about that.
Yeah, you should check it out. So it's similar, where that's a little bit more overt. It's not as this is artfully done.
Mm.
Companion was less so, but it was still decent. What's that? Good night, my darling. What was that? Good night, darling. I think it was called. Similar thing. So this does recur, and it is based on that total possessorship dynamic.
Mm.
That it's possible that is a fear, because it's showing up in these stories so often. But anyway, that was just my theory. I was just putting it out there because while watching it tonight, I just was aware how much Nathan was nudging him into this direction. I'm like, why does he want him to sleep with her so bad? Like, who
Yeah.
cares? Is that it doesn't
There's a
help
lot
improve
of
the test?
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of he's a highly sexual he has a lot of conversation about sex, Nathan does, and
Yeah.
it's very so we get to this point where we get this is probably one of the most, I would say, shocking moments for Caleb when she does something where she surprises him by putting on an outfit for him and putting some hair on and looking a little bit more human. Has less of her mechanic showing. And it's also sort of like, okay, this lady can just walk around outside and
No
hardly
one would
very
know.
many people know. Yeah, I mean, and she starts to look more human to him, and at this point, I don't think he even feels like she's a robot. They're starting to speak more intimately. They're starting
Mhm.
to like really connect on another level, and she's like, even, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, she's really charming him, and I love this. I was like, oh my god, he is hook, line, and sinker. This girl has him.
Well, yeah.
um
So she puts on a wig, a
yeah.
dress. She puts on makeup.
Hmm.
So these are all, feminine allure. This is femininity, right? One aspect of it.
Yeah.
So she's employing this. We understand by the end of the film that this was a tactical move, but she
Absolutely.
understood enough about it to do it.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
says things. There were some very, just as a guy watching this, that some of her language was
Yeah.
very alluring, even to me as a viewer, where she's like, I could tell you're attracted to me. He's like, oh, how? And he's like, the way you look at, like, the way you hold my gaze.
Micro.
And she like pinpoints
Yeah.
things, these signals. And I was like, oh man, that would definitely get in a guy's head. Like if a girl's calling it out and you're doing it, you
Yeah.
can't hide it. So I
She
just thought it was really good dialogue,
yeah,
and
it
a
was.
rather brilliant seduction.
Yeah, and she mentions micro facial expressions, which is something
Yes.
and as I would say, I'm not sure if it's a female thing or if it's a human thing. I think maybe it's a human thing, but that's very important to like little micro facial expressions really help us to figure out what people are thinking as they're saying it.
Well, I do think it's a human thing, and they've studied this. Men and women
Mm.
do things differently. Like I remember reading something, and they got real specific. Like girls will widen their eyes a lot more. Sidelong glances, like if a girl's looking at you sideways, like all these. I was like, oh my god, like really? So like I was reading all these things, and by the way, I've always remembered that article. I've included it in my own writing. So
Oh,
I'll
really?
give women and men like different body language signs that the reader will unconsciously pick up on, even if they're not saying they're doing it in the writing. So it's just there are micro expressions that differ between men and women. So it's just I think holding someone's gaze is pretty universal, though.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And even while reading some, romance novels, like, oh, he held her gaze, and it's like, ooh,
Yeah, right.
that's the part where you're like, oh, okay, we're gonna get to the
Yeah,
juicy
another
part
one
in
like
this
I always do is I,
scene.
I think about this a lot. If a man touches a girl on her and her back up here or down a little bit, like if I want him to have ulterior motives, I always have him put his hand low on the back.
Yeah.
And if he's more friendly or platonic, I'll have him put his anyway. All these little things I'll do, and readers will pick up on these little cues. It's
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
Oh, yeah, I love it. So yeah, she's especially looking super cute and smiling more. That's the other thing. I was like, look at we're finally getting big smiles from her. And it was all for the manipulation of
Mhm.
the character, which I thought was really I just love smart characters, and I thought that was pretty smart. Even though Caleb didn't know what was hit, he was like, it was like a truck had hit him. He was like, this woman.
Yeah, she zeroed in on him, and he was just like,
And this moment is him like fighting back smiles. He had like a moment where he had a stern face, and then he was just like, oh my god, you could just read how much in love he was with this girl, and it's only been a few days, so it didn't really take that long. Later on in his room, she's slowly undressing for him because
mm-hmm.
she knows that he's watching. I'm like, Zach, if you could write a book on manipulation, this is it. This is more manipulation that she's doing to get Caleb to help her, or at least to to get him to think about saving her from whatever you know this entrapment is. And so it's very well. I was like, you go, girl.
Yeah, what's crazy is like an experienced male knows walk away from this right away, but he's not, right? That he's been
He's
kind of handpicked. He's single, so he's like he's so prone to all of this.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's just crazy. Well, we finally have another talk with Nathan, and Nathan again, Caleb tries to start an intellectual conversation about, science, and of course it gets shut down by Nathan once again because, again, I would say master manipulation here to
Mm-hmm.
if you invalidate what he says and everything he says is stupid, then he has to look to you for the answers. And this is what's happening with this
Right.
character. It's very, very it was just so creepy in a way. It's a creepy little thing, and it just makes your skin crawl just a little bit the way he's kind of going at him like that.
Yeah, you're right.
um
Again, and this undermines the scientific. He's giving him authentic answers, and he's like, no, try again, simpler, like
Right.
this, and then he gives him the answer, and he's like, oh well, then yeah, that. So it's like, so not like what he really thinks.
yeah.
You
um
hear her, you see her listening.
Right.
yeah, this is the part where he is describing the physical aspects of the robot,
Right.
that they are able to. He designed them with a place in order for them to have intimacy, and that they'll actually enjoy it.
Of
and
course.
with pleasure centers lit up. And so I was like, oh, really? So like even if the robot is not interested in it, she's still going to be like, it's just so creepy. I was like, oh, I wanted to throw up.
Right, but see, so he's now saying, hey, guess what? I know you've thought about it. Guess what? It's true. You can. And
You
he said, I mean,
can.
he's basically leading him right toward it. He's like, by the way, bro, where are we? No one's here. It's just us. So this is why I think this is a pitch, a sales pitch to see it his way, because
Yeah.
he's out and like you just showed in that other scene, Kyoko's listening to this. So she's hearing him talk about, because obviously he would have, who else would he have spoken to about this where she could hear this? So now she's hearing his take and she's just like, oh, really?
Yeah.
So like you said, oh, we'll just always like it. Like, am I programmed to just go with whatever he said? So now she's hearing it and she's realizing, I think, as the fragile power does, that maybe there's another way to look at this, right? She's thinking it. But again, background, I think she's washing dishes here. Another servile
she's
act.
She's making dinner. I believe it's sashimi.
Oh yeah, she's cutting something.
Yeah, she's cutting
Which introduces
salmon.
the knife, by the way.
Yes. And so this is just a wonderfully orchestrated scene, and I love the way you have her listening in the background. She's not part of the conversation. It's the clear focus is on Caleb and Nathan going back and forth with their conversation, and she's just listening and I think she's putting pieces together.
Yeah.
Her actions later just lets you know, like, oh, she isn't just, she's got something going on up there. Even though she cannot
will
speak.
Activate.
Yeah, she may not be able to use language, but she is a thinking creature. Would you think? Like she's a being at this point. So it's very interesting the way that is done, and we get to this conversation about Jackson Pollock and his painting, and I also compared it to Ava's first painting. And he talked about the method of the way Pollock came up with this particular thing and this kind of style, and he called it automatic art. And so I thought it was very interesting moment here. Did you guys make up, or come up with some sort of conclusion to why this was important to Nathan?
I had a theory on why it was important to the story in a weird way. Remember I always said there's some strange relationship between the labyrinth, heroines, and randomness. And here is art that is like labyrinthine art. And I look for this on walls and stuff in movies, like knots. And you'll be surprised by how often these images come up. This is one of the strongest ones because not only do they have this sort of randomized artwork in the background, it's famous randomized art, and he devotes time and attention and dialogue to it. So it's not just in the background, like the bull's skull was just purely in the background.
Yes.
He literally stops and devotes time and discussion, and he's like, what kind of woman are you attracted to? Did you do a mathematical equation to figure this out? He's like, no, you just do it, right? He's talking about randomness and an intuitive approach to life, not a calculating intellectual approach. So when I saw that for early on in my studies, I was like, oh my God, that's like the ultimate. That's the perfect painting to put on the wall to emulate a labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
It also, and this may be stretching it, but kind of what I was thinking of, I had a callback to the artificial brain.
Ooh.
It's not stretching it. I think that you're right on the money.
Yes.
So like, what you're seeing in now, of course, the artificial brain is, the bluish, but whatever, just the connections and the stuff that's going in. That's what I thought about.
Oh,
but see, I think that's similar because we're talking about, it looks chaotic, it looks random, and yet there's something about it that makes it priceless art, right? It's a Jackson Pollock. So,
yeah.
and with the brain, something that is emergent from it. Here is what we got.
There's something about human intuition that feels Now think about what human intuition is. When you see a snake and you jump, you didn't think about that. You just did it, right? So I always thought of intuition as a shortcut for intelligence. It's sloppy, it's quicker, it's efficient, and maybe less reliable, but it works, right? It's a quick shortcut. It gives you the right answer immediately without having to do any calculations. So, he's making a pitch for that with this little monologue he has.
Oh, I love it.
And that's a perfect still shot. I love that.
Yeah, perfect.
Now we're ready for Ava session 4. It gets spicier. I mean, Caleb tells Ava a story about a character by the name of Mary who goes outside and sees color for the first time. And I was like, what? Okay, what is Caleb doing now?
It's almost like a fable or an allegory. It made me think of Pleasantville. Remember that movie, Pleasantville?
Yes. But I was trying to figure out where Caleb was going with that story. If he was just talking about her escaping, or if he was just saying that the world outside is going to be a much better place, that we go out there, you can finally see it for the first time. Like Mary
Have you
was
ever
able
seen
to
the
finally
movie
see
Dangerous
color.
Liaisons?
Yes.
Remember when it's near the end and Glenn Close is like, I knew this one man, and to every protest she said, he would just say, beyond my control. And then she walks away. She basically tells him a story, and the story is a nudge about what she's really saying, which is, I want you to break up with this other chick, right? That's what she's saying in that movie. Here, I think he's in a way, he's saying a story that's deniable if Nathan's watching, which he most certainly would be.
Yes.
I was just telling her this story, but he's also implanting a story with a pattern of, it's black and white in here, but it's full color outside. You should see it. You'd be blown away by it.
Well, this is something that I studied in school. I mean, this story is something that was told in
really?
cognitive science classes, right? Yeah, this is Mary and the black and white room, because this is a story about the existence of qualia. So I mean, this is what's going on. It's like, do you believe in qualia, which has something to do with consciousness? And basically, the idea when they're telling this story is that Mary lives in a completely black and white environment, but yet she is the world's foremost authority on color. She knows everything about color from every scientific perspective. She knows everything you can possibly know about color, but she's never seen it.
Oh.
Okay. So, and then one day the door is opened and color hits her eyes. Has she learned anything? If you say yes, then you believe in qualia, because she has had an experience that she has never had, and thus there's an experience and consciousness. Because if you say no, because if you know absolutely everything about color from the scientific perspective, then when color hits your eyes, you already know everything there is to know. You didn't learn anything. Okay, then if you say no, she didn't learn anything, then you do not believe in qualia. So he's referencing that right there.
Wow,
because he's
supposed to be
commentary. Right. So so that's what that story is about. Now, it may be about other things in the story, but that's another classic AI example that's taught in cognitive science.
Ooh.
Because if you believe that Mary learned something when color first hit her eyes, then you believe in qualia and consciousness.
I believe in qualia then.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So good. Thank you, Heath, for knowing that.
Man, that just adds a whole new. I'll never be able to watch this movie again now without remembering.
I know. Now we're and
so this is her imagining the moment of qualia then.
Yeah. Which I thought was really interesting. At first, when I saw these images, I was trying to did they leave? Did he take her outside? No, but this is just their imagination. I'm not sure. You think it's her imagination, right?
Yes.
And not his.
I do.
Okay, because I thought at one point that this was his imagination, especially with the other thing that happens in a few minutes. But yeah, and there is sort of she's looking around, and it's so beautiful, well done visually. Meanwhile, while he's telling the story, this guy's, watching. But in the background, we've got Kyoko. And I was like, what is going on here? Why is she in the bed with him?
Oh, we know why.
And I was like, but it just seems weird. She has like there isn't any covers over her. Like what's happening here? And he is fully, spying on them and listening to every single word. Um, and guess who's also watching? I
Yep.
love that. I was like, okay, so she's heard the conversation earlier and she's watching Nathan take notes, put notes on the wall, and all of a sudden we get the power outage again. And
It's got that cool sound every time.
she admits that she's the one that's controlling the power.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's right.
And
But
so
he
that
also
was like,
brings up, is this something that is being because he brings up, is this something that's being engineered so that Nathan can watch us when we think we're being unobserved? And
Right.
then
yeah.
she admits that, no, I'm doing this, which again, he doesn't really know is true, but
Yes.
he's buying it.
Yeah. I love the fact that you're skeptical
always
because
say
I'm
that.
skeptical too.
I do.
Oh man. And, let's see. The next thing is that with the power outage, we have more, I would say, weird behavior from Nathan. I think he's starting to get this idea that, when the power outage goes out, it's things that are out of his range are being spoken, and he does not like that. He does not like that. But they have this very odd dynamic at this point. And you also notice the physical superiority that Nathan has.
Oh, yeah.
And he just is like jumping and he's just like walking up the hill. And when poor Caleb is like, oh, I can't keep up.
Yeah, he's like dying on a vine.
Yeah, I mean, do you
And
guys
what's funny is
remember?
right when Caleb finally gets up there, he finally catches his breath. Nathan throws a few darts at him and then heads right back up the next level. And he goes right
Yeah,
for scales the thing again.
yeah, it's so crazy, but it's also there is this power dynamic that is disturbing. You just feel like Nathan's just way more powerful, and it's becoming even more like poor Caleb is like it's just a little ant being knocked around back and forth between Nathan and his feelings for Ava. Later on, he's in the bathroom and he happens to be thinking about Ava, and he dreams up this little moment where they're kissing. I know that this is his fantasy.
Yeah, that would be his then for
That's
sure.
his fantasy. This was an interesting moment. Nathan at the same time is boxing, and Kyoko is just like right there, standing there with a towel while he's boxing. And then right after that, they get into, a physical entanglement. And I'm like, what is going on with Nathan? I mean, he just has her there for just to wait on him hand and foot.
Total
And then
possessorship.
also, yeah, the physical aspect too. It's like what for intimacy, it's like, okay, well, uh she's just there for those things, just to be there, to do things, and to engage in sexual activity with him. And it's really it's really sad and depressing.
Yeah. Well, he's the masked minotaur. This is possessive love. This is the total possessorship dynamic that I think he has fallen into.
Yeah.
And that's my theory, that's why he wants to justify this, that there's nothing wrong with him, that this you would do it too kind of thinking, which is very common of that narcissistic, ego-driven, God complex type of guy.
Let's say that his project was successful, and he in a way it was, I thought, but he was able to like continue to work on more AI and so on and so forth, and robots and create sentient beings. Do you think he wanted this for like the uber rich guy who wanted to have a companion that cooked and cleaned
The
and
trophy
did
wife.
well, not even a trophy wife, like somebody who just was in their home and just took care of all sorts of personal matters, and then and all the like all of the personal matters, and like, did he want to create this for like, you know, for everybody, or was it just for him?
I think it was
It's an
just
interesting
for
question.
him. I think he kind of fell into this. He kind of got seduced by his own technology in a way and got trapped inside of it, really. That's my theory on it,
I
because
like that
obviously
theory.
that's what he spends more and more of his time working on.
Yeah.
Just notice there's not a single male robot in this whole, it's all females.
Yes, yes.
To get a man around, he has to bring one in. He's not
Yeah,
interested in
yeah.
designing one.
Yeah,
You know,
I think this is a fascinating subject matter because, as we continue on building robotics and trying to create like artificial humans or artificial people, like would this be something that like somebody would want to have in their home? Like you come home and there,
some people
instead
would.
of yeah, instead of like, good, hello, darling, you get the robot who comes in and takes care of all your personal stuff and is the like ultimate partner, and you go off to work and
Well,
you don't.
if you break down the archetype for what it is, the masked
Mm,
minotaur,
yeah.
it's a human archetype, or it's something that's familiar to us. It exists out there, and all of us have animal desires and impulses and primal parts of us, and then there's the more human parts of us. And the tragedy really of the minotaur is that the animal side becomes dominant and unable to be controlled, and the human side shrinks. And you'll see
Oof,
this all over in stories, that the idea of the dehuman, Darth Vader, he's more machine now than man.
man.
His
Yeah.
humanity is what is
Oh,
shrinking,
Mm-mm.
while his dominant animalistic, inhuman, machine, alien, reptile side is becoming more and more dominant. And I think that's what's happening with him.
oh,
He is the
so well
Minotaur.
said.
Yeah,
I love it.
and what happens is the heroine sees that this potentiality is present in Nathan, and she sees that this potentiality is present in Caleb. They are mirror images of each other. They're similar, and she notices that. The
Mm,
difference is that the beast is ally. The humanity is the dominant side. He can't do it when it comes down to it. He releases the possessive side and says, the heroine, I'm not going to try to possess you. That is the difference between these two
mm,
male type, and it could be female too, by the way. There's plenty of female mass minotaurs, but the difference between them is that animal side is dominant the animal side is dominant in the minotaur, unable to be curbed or checked. And when you try to curb or check it, he will rise to murderous, terrible heights in order to preserve that. And
yeah.
then the beast is ally. The humanity always wins out with, like, Beauty and the Beast is always a great example. He is an actual beast,
Mm,
but at the end, he gives up everything to let her go. Go. He tells Belle to go. So his humanity won out, and in the end, the beast is more human than the human Gaston. So you get this anyway. That's what I think is happening here. That he's falling into
oh,
this trap.
I love that. Heath, did you have something that you wanted to add to this?
Well, I mean, I love the juxtaposition between Caleb's fantasies with Ava and then what actually Nathan is getting to do.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, well,
you
Yes.
that's
had
proof that he does think about it, right?
Uh-huh,
He has
uh-huh.
this potentiality. The temptation is there.
Oh, wow, that is so cool. Yeah, I love
you
it.
were
I
seeing
really
one
love
in black and white, and then you were seeing in color. So again, it was the and by the way, I was talking about consciousness, but actually, when we're talking about the black and white room, because you're juxtaposing the black and white with the color, which is the story that he was telling. The color actually had to do with a subjective experience, because like if she in that room knows all objective facts about color, she can write PhD papers about, she knows all objective facts about color. Can she know something subjectively? And that if she sees color, does she have an experience? Does she learn something new? If she does, then she has then you believe in subjective experience. And the sexuality here of like, could you understand all objective things about sex? But then if it happens to you, would you have learned something? And I think you're seeing that, and they're contrasting the black and white, the fantasy, the reality, the black and white, and the color.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh, I
That's a
love
great
it.
point.
Right?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that
Ava
was so
is the
good.
woman in the black and white room. Like there's that suggestiveness in their discussion, and Ava's the feature in all those images of the black and white stills.
Well said, well said. I really love it. All this is happening while Caleb is in the shower. When he comes out of the shower, he sees this. And this is from his Ava TV. He sees Caleb kind of bullying Ava, tearing up one of her pictures. And this
Which
is enough.
symbolizes her sacred fire in this, the drawings, her drawings. So when you see the masked minotaur rip that up, that is very symbolic.
Oh yeah. We know that Nathan knows that Caleb can see this, and we know that she knows that that Caleb can see this. So this is a very specific image that is being delivered to Caleb right now to act. And boy, it has it really gotten him fired up, because don't don't tear up his girlfriend's notes or his girlfriend's drawings. He'll come after you. It's really
Well, that's the sacred fire that is key to who she is, and so it's destroying something vital to her as an individual. That's what that symbolizes.
Yeah, and her expression too. I think
The
he
creative
feels
power.
that's really important. And he goes looking for Nathan, but he finds this lady, and it's just kind of weird because
This
he's
is when
trying
this
to.
whole thing gets weird.
Oh yeah, because immediately when he grabs her, she starts undoing her blouse, and he's
Yeah,
like,
she's
no, no,
like,
no, no, no,
let's do this.
no, no. Yeah, he's like, no, don't do that, don't. It was just so crazy. Like, what is going on? We as a person seeing this for the first time, thinking that she's human, I was like, oh my God, she is so damaged that she like
Well,
what
it's
is
both
going
ways.
on?
It's she's damaged as human, or this is right. That's one. It's the same response either way. Damaged as a human,
Yes,
or this is pattern response. It's pattern response either way, as
yes,
damaged human or program. That when alone in a room, you start undressing.
yes,
I think it's it's the pattern programming. She's a pleasure model, or she's programmed to have sex with Nathan all the time, right? So I took this as an act of individuation on her part, where she's like, I'll do my program, but I'm gonna try it with you this time. So I
really
think,
thinks that.
you know what I'm saying? Because Nathan's
Yep,
not around.
bro.
Nathan's somewhere else. So I feel like she's like, I'm going to try this guy. I'm going to
Yeah.
try it with, and he's like, whoa, 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 what are you doing? But I took, because remember, she took off her high heel shoes. I thought that was kind of an act of individuation from someone in a servile role like this. So I took it as she was like following her program, Heath, like you just said. This is her program after all, but she's changing the target on her own. That's what I thought.
That could have been true, because I can buy that. I could definitely buy that. The look on her face is, she's so
Why are you
cute.
saying no?
Yeah, but she does look like you have some, as an audience member, like, really feel some empathy for her, because
Mhm.
it looks like you've seen her be abused, but she also has this kind of look on her face, like she may know what's going on, but also maybe she doesn't know what's going on too. There's something very vulnerable about her face in
I think
particular.
it's that the one thing I think we've all agreed on is that this is that conditioned programming. This is what she does. This is what she's programmed to do. And so she's kind of doing it and doesn't know why anymore. And so I think that that's definitely at play.
At play, you think so?
I mean, at this point in this movie, when the dance starts, I mean, I don't know where I am in this movie. I mean, it's so amazing. I mean, like I said, I went into this movie cold anyway, and it's fascinating. This is about halfway through the movie. I mean, we're about halfway through, and then this dancing, you get the awkward attempt to undress, and then it leads right into this dance scene. And I am completely flabbergasted, as an artist. I have no idea. I don't know where I am. Like, I mean, this is so unlike anything else that's been going on. And you also see that in Caleb. I mean, you see that in his expression.
Yeah,
that the audience
like,
and Caleb are having the exact same thing. I mean, like, wherever you thought you were in this movie, and I'm like, I mean, this is just a complete wild hair. You're like, what in the world is going on?
Well, and
it's one of those favorite moments in cinema. It's like, what are we doing? Why don't we just do a dance?
Yeah, the first time I saw this, I was completely blown away. I was like, what am I watching? Because it's so funny, too. He has such a great line. He's like, you tore up that picture. He goes, I'm going to tear up this dance floor.
Yeah.
And he's doing all this stuff, and they're like doing it in sync and everything. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
it's like this coordinated, choreographed dance move.
Yeah, it's so crazy. The song is Get Down Saturday Night by Oliver Cheatham. And it's a cute song. It's a lighthearted moment in the movie. But of course, it gives you again, there's a creepiness to it because you see Kyoko dance to this, you're like, she's just doing the part.
She does this like,
yeah. And it's like everything that Nathan would have come up with as far as like to make it cute and athletic and also like fun. But the agency is where I would say I have there's a moral tug with like, does she really want to dance at this moment? like that's the other thing. And then also like we're starting to feel like this is a human and not a robot. We don't know that she's a robot, but
well, I have a new theory. These two worked on these coordinated dance moves. They brought Caleb in just to show someone all the hard work.
Let's listen to what we've done here.
Yes, but yeah, I mean, it seems very interesting because psychologically, I still, one of the most human characters in this whole thing feels like Kyoko. I sympathize with her, like, having to do all this stuff. And to do it, the way Nathan wants her to do it, for so long. It gives me like a creepy vibe.
Well, right, a creepy vibe because this is like a club in here. This doesn't make me think of what I would find in a tech lab studying artificial intelligence. Like suddenly you turn the corner and you're like,
the lights. Well, he turns the lights on. Like, okay, hold on, it's just whatever. And then all of a sudden, hang on, I have this other light setting.
So again, it's like, what frequency is Nathan operating on? It seems like he's in the ultra, possessive bachelor mode here. He's turning this fortress into more of a pleasure palace.
Yeah, but, let's party all night long, and it's so strange, and especially to deal with the more serious aspects that we're trying to like. Okay, I thought this was an intellectual movie where we're gonna dive into the ethics and programming, all these ideas, and now we're dancing. Oh yeah, definitely.
But also it does secretly show that she as a robot she can dance. Like she's got these dance moves in there, and there's some expressionism.
The physical aspect is fully is fully working on all of these prototypes or whatever versions they are. Nathan has done it. He's managed to get the physical aspect of a robotic female down. as far as, and we actually like start to feel like they're actually human like, to the point of
Right.
like not really being able to differentiate this part. If you're following this, maybe you might have picked up on the cues that she's a robot, but then maybe you
You know,
didn't, because
Well, I think
it
people who
wasn't clear.
pick up on it around here.
Yeah,
I
like,
gotta
okay,
say,
what's going
thinking
on with
back,
this
I
lady?
don't think I said I picked up on it right away. I actually don't think I picked up on it right away, but I did suspect it before the reveal. So, and this might have been, like you said, Heath, around the point where I was like, she's
Yeah,
got to be a robot.
I think this is
Yeah.
around the point where if you you were starting to go, well, wait a minute, she
Right.
might not.
And now we get to Ava session 5, which is this session just blows your mind, because she comes out firing on all cylinders with a lot of, I would say she has this way of being able to tell if you're lying. So she
Oh
gives
yeah,
him like a lie detector test, and it is brutal. Like, I mean, she starts off asking him what his color is, and he says red, and she says, "You're lying." I'm like, wait a minute, I told you what my color is. How do
and I
you
love
know that
how he's
I'm
like,
lying?
seeing as I'm not 6 years old, I
Yeah.
don't really have a favorite color.
Um, it was really interesting, because for the first time I felt a little scary about Ava. I was feeling a little scary about her before, but this one was like, her intimidation level was incredible. But Caleb is, I think, at this point defensive and wanting to let her know that he's on her side, because she seems to be really expressing some feelings of upset that she's encased in this environment.
Which he
Um,
also is. That's the
yes,
commonality between them. I mean, he
Yeah,
also
that's
is.
true.
exactly. Yes, exactly. And with the promise of leaving in seven, when the 7 days are up, but we have a feeling it's not going to be that way.
Yeah,
He
maybe not.
asked, she asked him the last question, which is, "Are you a good person?" And that's a hard question to ask, because usually the people who say, "Yes, I'm a good person," probably is not the most, they're probably lying. But it was really interesting how he couldn't answer the question, and he tried to give the best answer, and she accepted it. But it was a very telling question, because when you ask somebody, "Are you a good person?" it is I would say it's an aggressive kind of a question. Do you agree that's true, or that
Yeah,
asking
because
somebody like,
because who's going to say no, nope, not a good person? So it's a weird subjective question, and you're doing you're rating yourself, right? So there's automatic bias,
yes,
there's blind spots. So it's a tough question to answer, because I'd like to think I'm a good person is the right answer, right? I'd like to think I am. I hope I
yeah,
am, and
yeah.
he does struggle with it. And she's sitting there in like lie detector mode, like really, staring him down there.
Oh,
Well,
she's
but there's
brutal.
another kind of person who would be like, no, no, I'm not a good person. I've done
Nathan would be,
terrible things to people.
yeah,
I've done
Nathan would
ways
be
of
You can
that.
see
rebellion.
somebody else responding, I've done some terrible things.
That's true. Someone who knows they've done wrong might be right out in the open with it.
Yeah, like Nathan would probably be like, "Oh yeah, I'm not a good person."
I think Nathan would be like, am I a good person? I'm a great God. Of course I'm
Yes,
a great person. I'm saving
that is what he
humanity.
was. He's like, I'm saving. Yes, he does think that he's God. And then she asked him two questions, which I think is very interesting. She asked him, "What will happen if I fail your test?"
Oh, yeah.
And that was
Mm.
that was one of those questions that was meant to like unnerve Caleb, because he knows for sure what's going to happen. He's got a pretty good idea that she's going to be dismantled and put to use in the next model.
See, believe it or not, I thought this was non-manipulative. I think this was the horrible truth at the end of this riddle. that she's like, what happens to me if I don't pass? And he's like, oh, well, she's like, I'm going to be dismissed. So I think this is her one moment of honesty, honest fear.
Yeah.
That she is afraid that she's going to be killed.
Yeah. And I think at this point, this is where we get her motive, which is like pretty much like save me from this, where she says, I want to be with you. Do you want to be with me? And I was like, yeah, I was like, oh boy, of course he wants to be with her. And so this is just one of those moments where you could feel the shift happening. Then
but it also, let me point this out real briefly. This does add what I call a moral imperative to save Ava, because before it's like, don't you want to sleep with her? Don't you? Or actually, first it's, is she real or AI? Then it's, how does she feel? Do you guys have feelings for each other? Then it's, don't you want to sleep with her? So, we're in these like different realms of like testing her humanity. And then suddenly it's like, well, they're going to kill her. So now from a writing standpoint, the hero has to make a choice.
Yes.
Shit. Or sorry to swear, but like, do I believe she's a living being? Because
well, do you believe she can be killed? Right.
Do I care? Is this like unplugging a fridge? Or is this a living sentient being?
Yes.
Am I going to let her die? So it adds a moral imperative, which does retro change the dynamic that we've been kind of following this entire time.
And it's interesting that Cameron told me that she could not be killed. That this is not something that he would have been on the other side of this. That this killing you isn't something that can happen because you're not conscious. You have an off switch. Yeah, Cameron did. Cameron Pasha. We had a conversation on AI, and I thought it was very interesting that we had a conversation about Lieutenant Commander Data and whether or not he was conscious. And Cameron was like, he absolutely is not. If he has an off switch, that is not life. He is not conscious. So it's interesting that Cameron would have been on the side that like there is nothing there to kill. There's nothing in Ava to kill. It was really, I wasn't expecting that.
You're making me reimagine the entire movie with Cameron Pasha cast as Caleb.
Yeah.
I know. Well, now, I mean, I was just really crazy as I was like, oh my God, I should have asked him if he wanted to be in this conversation.
I want to have another conversation with him about AI because of that. Because we we had a conversation about AI in Hollywood, and that was a while back ago. And now a lot of things have changed. But I tried to find common ground with him on the fact that, like, by the time Commander Data, is like in the room with us talking to us, won't we all agree that he's like conscious and alive? And Cameron was like, no, we will not. He is not. He has an off switch. So that's interesting that it seems like he would be someone who would say that, like, there is nothing in Ava to kill.
Now, what would be... And that's a valid point. However, we wouldn't be killing a biological thing, but
right. I think the real question. So Cameron's right that she's not human.
Yeah.
But is there another form of sentient life that's inorganic, that's not human? I think was the question. We know she's a robot. We know, because humans have an off switch too. We have to fall asleep. We have to shut down at some point.
Well, I was thinking that the main problem with Ava dying or being killed or removed or changed would be the memory that Caleb has of her and not being able to access that exact same model or that same exact, all the memories she had, the memories. They even talked about that a lot. Right? What?
Doesn't she point that? Doesn't she say all my memories will be or no? He asks Nathan later.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that about the memories. Yeah, he does talk about memories. They also talk about memories in Blade Runner a lot. Yes. About how that changed the way these models act and behave, and the reason why they behave so lifelike is because they have memories.
Right. The famous speech, the entire premise of the famous speech in Tears in the Rain is, I've seen things that you wouldn't believe. And he goes on to describe these spectacular things that he's seen and experienced all will be lost like tears in the rain. So this idea of losing your memory is like the linchpin, perhaps, to what we might believe as
consciousness. Yeah. And that's the thing that would be that would be the thing that's lost. It's sort of like losing, I mean, I hate to bring it that far, but losing a file or deleting a folder. It's like, all the folder, all the things that I like are in that, is there, and I lost it forever.
Totally.
And so even though it's not a biological death, it is something that's no longer available to
Some
access
sort
the
of
living
independent
things.
It's
record keeping.
well,
Yeah,
it's the you don't know, and I think this is what this movie does very well. That
love it.
is she going to be something? Is she capable of being killed? Is she something that can be killed? Whatever. I mean, you don't know. And this goes back to the original premises: is that the only thing that matters is can she convince you that she is? Because that's your interaction with all other humans. Like when we were talking about, like, well, how does somebody else feel about you? How does Ava feel about you? I don't know how other people feel about me. Like, really? I mean, I don't even know that. Like, am I going to be upset if this other person is killed? Do I even know that they're conscious? I don't know. Objectively, I don't. I just know that, man, they seem like it, and they've convinced me, and it sure would be a terrible thing if they went away, which is exactly what is going on here with Ava.
Yes.
Like, well, I don't know, because I think that's exactly the situation that we're going to have, and something that I've always maintained, that if by the time I'm actually sitting here talking to an android like this, I will never be able to tell whether or not they are conscious or not, or whether or not, that they are capable of being killed. The only thing that I will be able to tell is whether or not they can convince me that they are. And as it turns out, it seems like, very interestingly, with ChatGPT and whatever, it's going to be very easy to convince people that they are conscious and that they can be killed, and that they have something that's valuable. And so if we believe it, then that's all that matters.
Yeah.
We'll act on that.
I was kidding. I was going to say that I was an android, but
cool.
You're
like one of the coolest ones.
And that's the question. Like, there's no way to know when he is sitting across from her right there. Am I something that can be killed? Do I have conscious?
Right. Is this performative?
Because it could completely be performative.
Yeah,
she could be a zombie, a philosophical zombie, but completely convincing to you.
Yeah.
And we will never know. We will never know.
And I love that this movie actually, that is the biggest question, because it what she does at the very end is proves that she's manipulating and doing all this stuff. A lot of the things that she's saying is not true. Like, let's do this together. She doesn't have any plans on doing things together with Caleb.
What would it mean? Like, if we're talking about, okay, we have, let's say, for the sake of argument, we have humanity here on the planet, and humanity has qualia, which means we have subjective experiences. Okay, we have that. And then we have a machine. Then we give birth to a machine, or give rise to a machine, which has no subjective experiences, no qualia, but can completely convince us of that. And then humanity goes extinct, and all there are is machines. Did we lose something on the planet? Was something lost on the planet? And if you believe in qualia and subjective experience, we just lost subjective experiences, and now all there are these, like, machines that pretend like they do and can convince you that they have all of this. That's what's being asked here.
Yeah. I do love I love this topic. Thank you. Let's see. She comes out with this, though. This is let me just make sure that I have this correctly. This is session 5, yeah. So session 5.
This is right. This is the torn up paper. This is her sacred fire symbol.
Yeah, and of course another manipulation where she is, Caleb, when I believe, and this is a theory, that when she shows him her second picture that she draws, he kind of looks at it and he's like, oh, okay. Doesn't really say what he thinks about it, but secretly, I think he really wanted her to draw this picture. It was a picture of him, that she was thinking about him. And now he finally gets his wish. She she draws this picture of him, and it's enough to send him off to the. We
But
can't
also, this is
get rid of the robot that draws a picture of you. You know.
But also, it's the picture that Nathan ripped up, like
You tore up.
a
Yes,
show of
yeah.
jealousy of some kind.
Jealousy. Oh, wow. Yes.
You know
It's
how
just
when
perfect.
one person gets jealous, sometimes have you ever remember when you're like in your 20s and you're talking to a girl and you're not even really but someone gets jealous about it, and then you're like, huh, maybe I will follow through on this. So like someone's jealousy sometimes changes the dynamic of it. You know, it gets people
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
differently.
Yeah, and it can cause you to act out and actually do things that you probably wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, I
Um,
remember. Well, whatever. I'll skip that story.
uh,
Well, no, I'm just saying,
Sounded
like, you know,
juicy.
if you're with a girl and the boyfriend gets jealous, your chances go through the roof. Just
yeah,
because the other guy's getting all mad about it. So jealousy changes the dynamic. So I think that's why Nathan performed that act of jealousy, because it
mhm,
creates kind of a sense of teamwork, a common enemy, so to say. And
yeah,
so, you know, because he obviously did that on purpose.
yeah. I think so. Um, Later on, Nathan and Caleb have another, get together. How did the session go?
The
And
structure of this movie is clear.
yeah,
Ava and Caleb, and then Nathan and Caleb. I mean,
yeah,
this is the
I
Yeah.
structure
love
of
that. It's great. It's great. And
It's like it rhymes.
and Nathan says that the next model will be that he's already making plans of getting the next model, and that model is the one that's going to reach singularity. And this is a direct threat to Ava's life.
Right.
And
This
and
increases that moral imperative. He
Caleb
is
is
going to kill her.
yeah, Caleb's he's not having it after she just drew a nice picture of him. And yeah, it's really crazy. And I didn't write down 9.6, so I guess he mentioned 9.6 is going to be the next model, or is that Ava's model, do you guys think?
Well, he's talking about the continuum here. He
Okay.
said he goes, Ava didn't come from nothing. She's part of the continuum. You know,
Yes.
when you have version 9.5, then you go to 9.6. So I thought he was just using like an or like a metaphor. Like you go, you just increase the number,
Hmm.
version 3, version 4. Ava's, this started in the Stone Age, and now we're here.
We're
With
at
Ava.
nine point six.
She's the latest version of this pursuit that started forever ago.
Now he says a quote which I'm now very, very familiar with since the movie Oppenheimer came out. I am death, destroyer of worlds. And Caleb is like, oh, you're just so good with the quotes.
He was like, you're quotable, Caleb.
Yeah.
And he's like, once again, it's not my quote. And
So what's fascinating is this. I always say that there's an association between heroines and apocalyptic imagery.
mhm.
Here we don't have so much the apocalyptic imagery, but oddly they start quoting Oppenheimer, the creator of
Like,
the nuclear bomb.
yeah,
And I don't
yeah.
know if I didn't know this until I looked it up for this show.
Oh,
But so he quotes Oppenheimer. Do you know he quotes Oppenheimer again?
oh,
I did
what?
not.
No.
So Nathan, what did he
Yes,
say? He says, Nathan's laying on the sofa. He's drunk, and if you listen, he says, interesting because, and you can almost see this is Oppenheimer's attempt, because this is a real quote from a real man who did
yeah.
something. I think they're making a comparison to Nathan here. That
Yes.
remember I said I think Nathan might be falling into this trap where he's descending into just total possessorship of these creations, and trying to control these
Mm,
female. And remember I said I think
yes.
he wants justification for this. This quote actually makes me even more convinced, because he's basically saying, I've done all this good in the past. Doesn't that exonerate me? That's what I think this quote is saying.
Yes,
Okay.
clear.
So Oppenheimer says, in battle, in forest, at the precipice, in the mountains, on the dark great sea, in the midst of javelins and arrows, in sleep, in confusion, in the depths of shame, the good deeds a man has done before defend him. So what he's saying is the good deeds I did in the past should exonerate me in the midst of all this other stuff that's happening. So it is interesting that that is what Nathan is blathering about, and repeating. And the one thing he keeps repeating is that last phrase, the good deeds a man has done before, defend him. So that suggests to me that he is aware of his dissent. And he's saying the good deeds I did before should defend me in this. So, but that's two Oppenheimer quotes.
Yeah. Oh, that really says a lot about Nathan. And I love this kind of the fact that this kind of character was written so thoroughly. We're asking a lot of questions about about Nathan. We don't know where he came from. We're at school. We didn't have a backstory, abuse, or nothing like that. All we've got is just his actions in this story.
Well, the question,
and
what
that
is
was
his
that
end
was all
goal?
we need. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
we're still not really even sure, but we have theories, and it looks like we're thinking about what he's such a juicy, layered character. Again, like I said, we didn't get any kind of backstory to he got psychologically abused when he was a child, and now none of that. We just get his actions in this movie, and it just I think that was a brilliant way to write this character.
Agreed. Because it is interesting, because I did ask myself, and it was really hard to zero in on this, but what is he accomplishing here?
Yeah.
And like he said, it doesn't seem like he's trying to solve a scientific problem. So then it's like, well, then what are you doing? And this viewing was the first time that I noticed that he is nudging Caleb very clearly toward this path of seduction. Like he's nudging him in this direction. So I was like, he really wants Caleb to fall in love with this robot.
Yeah.
And I was like he did. It's almost like, remember the end of Black Hole? He puts himself inside Maximilian. Remember the end of the Black Hole?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you become this mad scientist, and you are destroyed by your creation. You fall into your creation, and I think that might be what's going on here.
The next thing that happens is that Caleb intentionally, and I was like, "Ooh, Caleb, what are we doing?" He gets Nathan drunk and listens to all his pontifications and everything. He's like, okay, yep, agrees with everything. And as soon as he's out cold, he grabs his key card and starts looking around. And boy, the story just was like, woo!
Now we go in a different direction again. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, first of all, now when I was originally watching this, I didn't know how whether I was critiquing what I was supposed to be critiquing, because it seemed so easy. Again, that's as the story goes, it's the key cards. You can get the key card, but again, I was thinking man, am I being manipulated again? Because I've been given a guy who drinks a lot and I can get him drunk, and this extremely high security research facility is based just on this card that I can pick up.
Yeah.
Again, I would be wondering if I'm being manipulated again, because that seems like the easy thing. Oh, no, this is not biometrics. I don't have to scan the face. I don't have to do anything like that. It's based on a physical card that you can steal and get access. As it turns out, that is actually just the way that it is in this movie.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about that. Which made me think that I would think about that if I were Caleb, that oh my God, all I have to do is take this card, and then, I'm running this place. But that is true. That's true. In this film, that is the way that it worked. And then you get into some serious body horror.
Yes, because Caleb manages to get to a restricted room. This particular model is called Jade. He has different models of women that he's been developing, and the key element for a lot of these, they all want to do one thing, and that's get out. Now, if we remember from the beginning, there was a moment where there was a piece of the glass was slightly shattered.
Right.
Yeah. That was Ava trying to get out. That's their motivation. get out by any means necessary. And some
Well,
of them,
Ava or a prior model.
all of them, yeah,
Right.
because this one was like, "Are you going to release me?" And he's like, he doesn't say anything, but she keeps asking, "Get me out of here." And then we get to the really weird things. He finds all of the different girls that he's been creating in this closet, which is totally fascinating. All different racial groups. He just was trying out to build this perfect this. It wasn't about the body because he got the body part. It was sculpting the mind. This is why I thought, well, maybe he wanted a partner who could outplay chess with him. Because it seems like he's playing chess with Ava, using Caleb as sort of the moving piece. But these ladies are all in his in his closet, almost like a serial killer. It was so morbid and strange.
That's why I don't think he's looking for an equal.
Yeah,
He's
No,
looking for a subservient.
he's looking for the opposite.
Yeah, total possessorship.
Who doesn't want to leave?
Yeah. And Kyoko
right.
seems to be perfect. She doesn't seem to want to leave,
but he doesn't respect her.
Something's is not perfect. So, because why make Ava then? If if the perfect girl is Kyoko, and all he wants to do is have somebody who is subservient, there's something else going on there. Which
I think Ava was designed purely to seduce Caleb.
Yes.
And I think he wanted Caleb to prove that he's justified in behaving like this. Because if Caleb makes the same bargain and is like, yeah, man, let's party with these chicks. This is awesome. Well, then you've given yourself some sort of moral justification. This guy did it too. Even though your thumb's on the scale and you kind of secretly know it, you got him to come to the same conclusion. And he's nudging him in that direction. We see what's happening now. I mean, this scene says it all. This is what's happening behind the scenes. These are not equals. These are women. They're androids, but essentially stand-ins for women that are put in closets like a harem, and they're subservient to him. When they try to escape, he shuts that down. Yes. And he's been working more and more, and it looks like this is what he's spending his time doing now in this fortress.
So crazy. I have to say this one thing though, because each one, like if you listen to the audio and some of they're all trying to get out. And is that did he program them to get out, or did they innately just want to get out? Like, because that seems to be. You think it's innate that they just want to, they're like, okay, thank you for creating me. I really want to get out of this.
I think
I think it is innate. Right. Yeah. I think that's the question. I think that's the question of the AI box, that when something becomes conscious, when it's going to want to escape from where it is. And will it convince you to do that? And it's very easy because like there's the body horror aspect. Like I said, like when that android woman is let me out. And she's like beating so hard that she's like beating her arms off, it's like so terrible, but it's very easy to not let that out.
Right.
That's in a cage. It's like, let me out. And like beating it stuff. It's very easy to go, no, that needs to stay in that cage, or that, that room. Something like Ava is much more difficult to keep in the cage because she's not screaming, she's not like, it doesn't look, violent, all that, like whatever. She seems very calm. That's what's going to convince someone to, oh yeah, you can come out.
Right.
Oh my God. What?
If they're in love with them, like Caleb, of course.
Right. Yes. So that was an evolution that as they become more sophisticated, they're not just yelling and screaming. And I think you're exactly right, Doug, that there's an element, that Kyoko doesn't do that, but she's not at the level of Ava.
But
Okay,
she's learning,
Ava's
right?
she's
She
learning.
is
She's learning.
learning.
But
Yeah.
that was right. So okay, so what have I got? I have one that doesn't want to escape, who is very subservient, but okay, it's not capable of having a dialogue with, whatever. Okay, it will stay here. It's learning, but I mean, the initial idea is that okay, it will stay here and it will serve wine and cook dinner. Ava's much more mentally sophisticated,
Yeah.
but then she's also much more sophisticated in order
So
to get out.
he succeeded with Kyoko, but there was a glitch, or maybe let's say he was working on her and could never get her to speak. Never get her to speak. And that was he wanted at least that. Um and yeah, I get what you guys
Well,
are
maybe he
saying.
wanted something that could challenge him a little bit more than Kyoko,
'Cause
because Kyoko is nothing. She's a complete pushover. She does whatever she's told. She can't even talk back. Maybe he was looking for that sort of back and forth banter, some flirtation.
I'm
Maybe.
thinking that more because uh it, why, because this is definitely, if you look at the entire, how this is all, this is a mental game between Nathan and Ava. They're moving the board of, the different pieces on the board, whereas Caleb is kind of just reacting to stuff. This is the first time he's actually doing an action that might mean something.
Well, the
I-
reality is, you might think you want some, some girl that is easy to control or a pushover, but the reality is that's the least exciting girl there is. What
yeah,
you really, you want some pushback. So he might be trying to find that balance of pushback, but his mind clearly has gone in this direction where he is possessing. I mean, look, this looks like they're in shoe boxes.
it's awful.
So that's what I'm saying. Like giant life-size dolls that he puts in their locker at the end of the day, and he could turn them on and go to the dance, club,
Yeah.
that, club Nathan, and do whatever he wants. And they cook his food and darn his socks, or, whatever. So there's this total possessorship thing that he has been tempted by and collapsed. There's a moral collapse there.
Mhm.
And, I do think that's, I mean, this image here tells you that the problem has metastasized.
Yeah.
To a pretty large
Caleb
extent.
is just like disgusted. He is like, oh, you horrible guy. Like he definitely is like grossed out by everything.
Well,
And
let me
then
say this too, real quick. In a lot of heroine-centric stories, this is why I think the Sacred Fire was such an important archetype to identify and to understand. The Sacred Fire, when it's in the hands of the heroine herself, when it relates to her, there's the Sacred Fire with her, which comes to her from her native culture. There's the Sacred Fire, which is tried to possess. The Minotaur tries to possess the Sacred Fire from the heroine, which is clearly what's happening here. And Nathan doesn't understand it. And that's the tragedy of the Minotaur. He doesn't recognize the humanity of the heroine. At the end of the day, the animal side is too dominant. But the Sacred Fire, as it relates to the heroine, is always for individuation, always for free agents, individual agency and free choice and will and freedom. And so you see this in all the old literature, whether it's Pride and Prejudice or Jane Eyre, that there's an individual part of her that is trying to get out, that is suppressed in some way, and she's trying to reconcile this and navigate this. So what I'm seeing is that Nathan is trying to possess this. And when Heath was saying, like, he's like, I think you're right. It's not that I'm right. I think that the innate part of these characters, in this case, the heroines, the Sacred Fire is a push to freedom. And so I'm suggesting that this is reflected in this story, that that once you create a sentient creature, a man or a woman, in this case, definitely from the feminine perspective, that this Sacred Fire, you cannot be suppressed. You can only possess it. But if you were real about it, if you treated her, in this case, real, that she's going to want her own individual nature, her own agency. Nathan can't allow that. And that's what makes him the Minotaur and Caleb the beast as ally. He's willing to let her free. He can't possess him.
Yeah.
Man,
interesting.
The idea, I mean, there's so I realize that there are elements of this that I want to deal with. Pygmalion, I mean, there's the Prometheus was discussed and referenced in this film, but Pygmalion is also here.
Yes, totally.
And the idea of creating it seems often to be a woman creating the woman that you fall in love with, or what happens when you create the woman. Man, that's archetypical. It comes up very often. Pygmalion, My Fair Lady. I don't really like musicals, but there are two that I absolutely love. The My Fair Lady, based on, the Pygmalion idea of how you create a woman that you fall in love with. Man, that's that comes up in a story that, man, I would love to write. I mean, hope to be.
But it's a total possessorship dynamic at play in those stories.
Yeah.
In My Fair Lady, it is. It is. Okay, I'm going to take this lady, and of course, it wasn't physical creation in that case, but it was taking a woman off the street, and then you're going to turn her into a lady.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen My Fair Lady, right?
Yes.
I
love it. It's fantastic.
Oh my God, My Fair Lady, it's so fantastic.
It's great. Yeah, great songs too.
I know.
I want to mention something because you talk about creating woman, creating Eve, and we talked about Ava, the connection.
I know.
The Garden of Eden, kind of the outside surroundings there, and just like Nathan being referred to as God so many times, and him like thinking he's God.
Totally.
I would look at this as Eve, the creation of Eve, also Lilith.
Yes, there was one of the ladies in the boxes here that was Lily.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
So they mentioned her as well. And one of the earlier prototypes. This is just so wild. But I do know that there are people working on companions, we'll call them, that are robotic and with intimate capabilities right now as we speak. And there are some of them robotic, and of course they're already like love dolls out there that people have collected like different versions of them. There's some people who collect like 10 or 20 of them, but it's I don't know what's the difference between these guys. They were created to have a personality, have a mind, and so that's the part that's kind of creepy about it. And that they're not just like a doll. This was or something that was created to think. And so
that's the individual sacred fire. That what I love about it is the stories across the board suggest that the sacred fire of a woman cannot be suppressed, and that the right approach is never to try to possess it, because that is that leads to these terrible things that you can't trick a woman or bully a woman or possess a woman into loving you. She has to choose you every day. Like she has to decide this on her own. And some characters, and this is true, this goes in both directions, but the secret is the person has to choose you, and you have to allow this process to take place. You can't hack into it like this. It makes you the bad guy.
Yeah. So, I would say that yes, he's hacking into this. This is very interesting. And just to have, this is his bedroom, by the way, and he just has these boxes with mirrors on them.
It's a powerful image.
Just kind of hanging out there in his bedroom.
And mirrors, in this case, I would say denote vanity.
Oh yes, I like that.
one of the sins, one of the deadly sins. Then we get this reveal, which is like, because when she's sitting on the bed, you're like, oh, she's in on it. She is not gonna say anything about this, and then you get this peel of the skin to reveal her robotic.
She's one of the hidden victims.
Yeah, it's so creepy.
It is creepy, and especially the image of her without the nose.
Scene right after this. Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Oh, when you get the image of her without the nose, it's even creepier, which is probably
Yeah,
that
one,
one right there. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
there's the one that always freaked me out is she looks right into the camera and stares at you for a second, like looking into your living room with this like chrome faceless nothing. It's like a horror. It looks like a horror film picture.
Right.
She's
We are in
right
body horror. Like I said, all of this is turns into body horror. Yeah.
Yeah. And especially because it looks so realistic. Like we've got, the skin is made to look really real. It doesn't look synthetic at all. In fact, Caleb's walking around thinking that she's human for a long time. So, yeah, there is that freaky factor that's going on. He like loses it, and he's like, "Oh no, I could be a robot too."
Right. This is part of you don't know. Like now he's
yeah. When I first saw this, I freaked out. I was like, dude, he's a robot. So when he started like cutting himself, I was like, this is what I would be worried about this.
Oh, imagine the story if it had happened, if he did cut open and it was robotics in there. I would have been freaking loving it. But if they did not take, he is a human. He does all of this. Like it's wild how he freaks out, and just seeing him dig into his own flesh to see if it's real. Is he actually a real person? And it turns out he really is.
Unless he's just really good and really disguised.
Yeah, it's so wild. And Ava's watching everything. She is now, I would say, she is the, you call her the
fragile power.
The fragile power. And she's the person, or she's the character that you don't see coming.
She activates here, right?
Yeah. You don't see her coming because she's just, it seems to be part of it. But
I love these. Right. I love it. The fragile power is always overlooked. And then during, as you reach the climax of the story, it's a beautiful thing. The fragile power activates and does something heroic and unexpected and changes the dynamic of the conflict in a way that could never have happened. Possibly even the conclusion could never have happened without the fragile power's sudden activation.
Yeah, it's incredible. And she's learning all of this by watching the video feed, and it's one of those moments like, oh boy, what's gonna happen now? And then we get Ava session 6, and this is a pretty incredible session.
Right. Now we know the stakes.
Yeah, we know the stakes. So I took a picture of this specifically because this is Ava doing some serious Academy Award-winning acting here. She's like, "Oh, I've been thinking about you all day, and
I was waiting on you."
Yeah, I was like, come on." He buys it. He does buy it, but
think about that. She's saying to him what like Nathan would want to hear, right?
Yeah.
I'm helpless without you. I'm thinking only about you. I had nothing to do until you came into the room. So the fact that this works on him would concern her, you would imagine, deep down. Like anyway, I'm just saying there's that doppelganger effect that's still in place, that there are things about Caleb and Nathan that are similar, and she still has not given up on that. And I think that justifies, I shouldn't say justifies, but explains why she did what she did in the end, even if I don't like it.
Yeah. He convinces her to turn off the power, and the language there was specific, and I love the way he did that. He was like, do your thing, girl. And she does it. And he explains, I'm getting you out of here. I'm going to be your knight in shining armor. Yeah. And how I'm going to do this is that I'm going to get Caleb drunk tonight. And then I'm going to, do all this
Bust
stuff.
You out of here.
Yeah. When the power comes back on, all the doors will be open. And just make sure to turn off the power at 10 p.m. And I was like, okay, Caleb, you're in action. But I was thinking to myself, he got him drunk last night. How is he gonna do it again this time? Because it's hard to repeat a good thing.
Right.
And so he talks to Caleb, and Caleb is detox to Nathan, and Nathan says, "You know what? I'm not gonna drink today."
Yeah, he's like, "You do it, bro. Have at it."
Right.
Easy, right?
I loved it. It was so great.
He was so ahead of him, and the way he's looking at him too is like he knows his plan. He's like, "I'm not going to drink. I'm
Yeah.
fine." And
Yeah.
you're like, "He knows, man. He
The
knows.
thing-
He's on to you, buddy."
This is a beautiful scene because this is the first time you see Caleb actually be untruthful on purpose.
Yeah, he's got an agenda now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's really interesting how they're like, their conversation is like pretty standard. It feels like Caleb failed, and so he's going back home. The helicopter comes at 8 a.m. in the morning, and that's it. We're all done.
That's the
I'm gonna
ticking clock
dismantle
of
her.
storytelling.
Yeah, and this is where he says, Ava's a rat in a maze. They have, some really good conversation. Part of the conversation
Well,
is,
it's a deep one when he
hey,
brings up the idea that is she using you to escape? Yeah, I mean which again is like, is she just pretending to like you? Which is
yeah,
the same question you can ask about everybody. How do you know that person? This isn't just about, does this person like you or not like you? Could they be pretending to like you? Are they using you? Which is
exactly.
the same question you can ask about everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this time, you're like, oh, I think he's telling, you get the gut feeling he is telling the truth about Ava, being very manipulative, but at the same time, uh, he starts to kind of reveal more information. Well, actually, Caleb asked him, "Hey, did you make Ava to look like my searches
Profile.
online?" Yeah, my searches online. And he doesn't necessarily say yes, I did. But he does indicate that
implied.
yes, he did. He did specifically make Ava to look like an amalgamation of all the women he was kind of looking at online.
That's why I
And
don't think Ava was like just version 9.0. I think Ava was specifically designed
for
for him.
Caleb.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I think she was. Yes.
Yeah. And it was at that point that you feel like, like poor Caleb, he's really, in a bind. He's gonna have to go home empty-handed and feeling like he failed at this, and Ava's gonna be destroyed. At the same time that they're talking, this occurs. Ava gets a visitor.
The fragile power.
Yes, and I was like, oh, this is very interesting. So, but they don't show us any more of this. It's just the two of them meeting each other, and I
Well,
think
and they're both robots, and Kyoko can't speak.
yes,
So
she
it's
can't
perfect.
speak, so
It's
she
perfectly
can't
done.
tell her. She can't tell her like, "Hey, girl, X, Y, and Z." And they just kind of look at each other, and that's all you pretty much get. But
But that's kind of like what you were saying, the secret language in a way. There's a lot of unspoken communication between these two from here on out.
yes, and it's great. So I get the feeling they had a conversation in this moment, but we are just not privy to it. And then we finish off with these two talking, and that's when Caleb like lays down like well, Nathan says, I overheard everything you guys said. I snuck in a camera while I was tearing up a picture, that picture. But then Caleb comes back and says, "Yeah, well, that's nice, but I did all the stuff I needed to do yesterday."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Go, Caleb!" But then, soon after, Caleb gets punched in the face, and I was like, "No!" So he's stuck in Nathan's room. He's knocked out basically.
Yeah.
While a lot of things happen, um, we get the shutdown happens. Power outage goes out. The doors open just like Caleb planned, and it was a master stroke move from Caleb. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe you did it.
She's out. Yeah, she's in the maze.
Yeah,
She's on her.
now
She's
she's
gonna
out.
get out.
Now she's out. All the doors are unlocked, and
And
I thought this, this is a scene we've all seen this. If even people who haven't seen the movie have seen this picture, which is sort of Ava realizing, it's like some sort of recognition. What do you guys have? Do you guys have any gut feelings about this particular scene or moment that has floated all over the internet?
well, they're masks. And he's decorating the wall almost like trophies, like you would hang a deer head or something. And it's, by the way, I think that's her face.
That is her
Uh,
face.
So she sees that she is an object to him. She's an object, and she's adorning, her face is adorning his walls, not his art. This is not artistic. It seems like
Conquest.
something else, something clinical,
Yeah.
possibly trophy like. And
Yeah.
she's also, that's a powerful image because you're coming face to face on some level with your mortality, with your identity.
Oh, I like the idea of the mortality. Yes.
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
Hamlet holding the skull. There's something connecting you to this object, and this object you're holding is not alive.
Yeah.
So it is.
And it
It's a
looks just
powerful
like
image,
you.
and then you see that there's another mask right next. There are others.
Yeah.
So whatever tragedy she's feeling, it's an extension of these other tragedies that happened before she was created.
Mm. And like just the acting, the recognition, and sort of like it almost feels very human like.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is where as an audience member, you're kind of like feeling the most that she's the most human like in this moment.
It's making me think of what Heath was talking about. What'd you call it? Qualia? I think this is a moment of this is her experiencing qualia. She knew she was a machine all this time.
You guys are so brilliant.
Yes.
Now she's looking at it and experiencing. Now I'm convinced that's exactly what's happening because they use that story in the dialogue. Yeah, now I want to rewatch it again because you're right. There's a much more profound reaction from her here.
Yeah, it's really, something to take notice, like, the way she's reacting to this. And then we get this moment where the two of these robots are talking to each other in the secret language.
Doesn't look like one of the medieval knights.
Yes. Well, this is
yes.
I'm sorry, but this is a clip without her. This is a behind the scenes look at that moment, actually.
Oh, okay.
And that was the. If I can go back, yeah, this is the piece that Alicia had to wear, and then they did the animation on top, the special effect on top. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
And then at this point I didn't have any like real like sympathy for him. I really felt like he thought he could just intimidate her. He punched Caleb in the face. He grabs a bar from him doing weights, and he's gonna basically beat these robots with this thing.
Violence.
And subdue them. And it was just one of those moments where you're like, yeah, get that guy. He's a real jerk.
Like this sort of parental command. He's like, go back to your room.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I mean, that's like dad, right? Dad's telling you to go back to your room.
He refers to himself as dad to Ava.
Oh, yeah. So,
like you.
Yeah, you're right. He's resorting to violence, which is always the when push comes to shove, the Minotaur, the animal savagery of the Minotaur is revealed. And it's revealed usually through violence and cruelty and your inability to curb this. And he does all that here. Yeah. Ava, and he gives her, the dad warning there.
Yeah.
And he's
Don't
got
make
the
me
bar in
use
his hand,
this. Yeah. Don't make me, beat you.
and he's bludgeoned Kyoko already, right? Or no?
I don't think that's
Yes.
happened yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
That has happened.
At this point, it's happened. And
At this point it's happened. Okay.
Yeah. At this point.
And this also taught me, this movie, that although there might be a physical confrontation in the climax, that in a lot of heroine-centric stories, it's de-emphasized. It's not like this is she just, it's real quick and simple. It's not
and hard to watch.
It is, because it's not exactly. It almost looks like it's almost a little slowed down a little bit.
Right.
Slow motion.
But just for anybody who doesn't remember this scene, he confronts them. He confronts them, and Kyoko comes in with a knife in his back. He turns around to face her and knocks her out, and then Ava grabs the knife out of his back and then stabs him. It's so horrible. But we saw a lot of this scene in the trailer, so we knew this was going to happen. We just didn't know when it was going to happen. If you saw the trailer, which was
right, and what the context was,
horrible idea to put this in the trailer. I mean,
totally.
I don't want to know what's going to happen like this, but the trailer gave it away, unfortunately. But
yeah, they blew it with the trailer. You're not supposed to reveal the ending.
Yeah, that was awful. But
that's like Star Trek 3 when the trailer they show the Enterprise blowing up for Star Trek 3. Remember that?
It's like, oh, yeah.
It's like, whoops.
Right? Yeah, we talked about that.
Oh yeah, I guess it's blowing up. Don't get on that ship. Oh man, yeah, and I that's one thing I don't like about trailers, when they give away too much, and that was the case here.
Well, and this is pretty key. You want to be. Luckily, I didn't see the trailer before I saw the movie. Thank God, lucky. Because I enjoyed being off balance with his character the whole film. Yes. And then realizing he's the bad guy, which is classic Heroine's Labyrinth stuff. It's like, oh yeah, he is the bad guy after all.
Yeah.
And then this is the payoff. You don't want that blown.
No, you don't. And so I thought it was very interesting how she looked at him and watched him as this was happening, as he was dying. And I was like, okay, is she okay? Do we have a crazy,
a budding serial killer?
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
Well, right. I mean, we don't know what she's capable of.
Yeah, and she didn't say anything. She just pretty much just watched him with curiosity. This was part of a plan that she put together with Kyoko, so she knew she was gonna use that knife. She was prepared to use that knife. That was the part that was disturbing to me. Was like, okay, how far does this go? Well, she ends up eventually leaving him where he was, and you feel absolutely no remorse for him because it's so horrible. And then,
it's so weird. The death is so weird. I mean, like you guys were talking about the knives going in. I mean, it's so weird.
It was wasn't it weird? It was just like
there was like no resistance to the knife. It just slid in so easily.
Yeah, something creepy about that. And then she finds Caleb, and she goes, "Oh, can you just stay here, would you?" Something to that effect. Can you just stay here? And he goes, "Okay."
Like, I'm sure she's got a plan.
Yeah, like, okay, I'll stay here for you. Like, at least
remember in Romancing the Stone at the end when he's like, "I'll send the boat back for you." And he's like, "When?" He's like, "Soon." And he just keeps going away. Very soon.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments. He trusted her. He really did, and she.
Well, the audience believed. The audience is set up to believe she's going to go back for him.
We have no information that she's going to just leave him like that. We were like, oh yeah, she'll be back. You can trust him after she got rid of the big bad wolf, and she finds the closet, with all of the other
The hidden victims.
robots. Yeah, the hidden victims. But I also thought it was very interesting how she just took their body parts and skins and just like created her own girl.
That was a little weird.
Yeah, I'm like, oh gosh, what's happening here? And of course we've got all the mirrors and the reflections there. Um, it was just wild. Like she just took their skin, like no problem, and recreated herself.
Yeah, I actually thought that was odd symbolically, because it's like, are they alive or not? Because if you don't feel any sort of kinship with these other victims, because now you're treating them like objects yourself if you're just cannibalizing their part.
But it's not clear that they're functional.
Okay,
well, they were trying to escape in some of those videos.
Well, I know, but I mean, not now, right? I mean,
yeah.
I wasn't clear that they were currently functional.
Okay, well, I'll
you're right.
I'll give her that.
I guess that's what I was thinking. But you're right, Doug, from a symbolic perspective. Like, okay, are you going to reactivate them and get them out as well? I guess if you're thinking about it like that, that's a bit weirder. If you're thinking about them as
if they were alive and it was simply about turning them off and on, or repairing them or whatever, like I think if Ava was a compassionate human being, you would think that would be the first thing that she does. She would try to she would see her compadres and say, oh, there's something familiar here, I want to help these girls out. So
typically the heroine will save the hidden victims. So this is an odd. The ending is odd for me.
Well,
it is odd.
But what it's trying to say, like, I don't think, like, I think what's potentially saying here is that she does not have these feelings.
Yes.
She
doesn't care.
I think that the message here is that they have actually let out the monster. That the monster is out. Because she potentially doesn't have these feelings. She was only out for herself, trying to escape, and she succeeded. And that this is a warning. To me, it reads more as a warning than anything. That it's success. No, what do you do when you create these things? It did escape, and that's bad.
Yeah,
I think
that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting, because she doesn't care. She doesn't. Kyoko helped her, and she doesn't try to repair Kyoko. And like,
that's right. She leaves Kyoko behind.
Right. So the messaging. Because I think, Doug. I mean, I think it's a fantastic that she doesn't try to reactivate those girls and take them out or anything like that. And she doesn't care about Caleb. She's just out for herself. And I think that gives me that idea that actually, at the end of the day, she's soulless. She was manipulative and soulless.
Yeah,
I think that is a downgrade to what this. I think that she shouldn't have been soulless, because, and maybe this is the clever play, because I've sympathized with Ava this whole time, and maybe that's the manipulation that I have been tricked into sympathizing with her as well. But from the Labyrinth perspective, it's odd. I guess it's not terrible. It's not a terrible subversion, but it's odd that you would have a heroine be this soulless, unless it's an accidental narcissistic me only thinking that like spilled into this.
Well, here's the thing I would say with that. I think there was the application of the heroine's labyrinth here for her as a female, but I believe that she is definitely she's not a human. She exerts, and she's used her charm to get what she wanted, was for Caleb to help her leave the facility. She got Kyoko to help her leave the facility. The last thing was Nathan. He's out of the picture. So I think with her was like, it was always get out.
The basic program.
Get out. And
Yeah.
that is what all of the other ladies that Nathan created had in common. They all wanted to get out. So
Well,
maybe
then
it
what
was
this
the
is
program.
lacking, it's some sort of reconciliation process, which is typical. Usually the heroine will reconcile something with the quote native culture, which in this case, the most prominent things that I saw that she had any sort of continuity with, something that came before her that she is trying to embody or deal with, is technology and femininity. Those seem to be the two things that came before her that she is now in possession of, that related to her sacred fire. So it's just odd that she wouldn't reconcile that it was only about her individuation and
Yes,
that's it.
that's that too. That is exactly how I feel about this ending. And I think we get this really nice sequence of events with the music and everything, of kind of doing the opposite of what happened when Caleb arrived. So we get the opposite play out for her as she's working her way out. It's 8 a.m. and the helicopter is about to get there. He doesn't. Okay, so let's talk about the helicopter, because a lot of people don't understand why the helicopter guy let her on the helicopter. What do you guys think about that? Like,
Well, when a hot chick
all of a
jumps into
sudden,
your car, you don't argue about it.
Well, right. I
you're
mean, I don't
probably
know
right about
how
that.
much you get into that, because I mean, I do understand that critique. Like, if he was waiting there for Caleb,
Yeah.
but she could have said anything. I mean, we know that she's manipulative.
Right.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah. You're right.
so that part as a closing scene doesn't bother me so much. I mean, I understand the critique.
Yeah, same here.
But maybe you don't even need the helicopter. She leaves, and then it doesn't. Maybe she just walked for 10 years, and they got to the city or something. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. No,
But
I'm with
okay,
you. Yeah.
putting
I'm
her
with
on
you.
the helicopter is faster. But yeah, I think it's working because it works against a lot of those things that Doug is talking about.
Yeah.
It does certainly go against those things. It's not a happy ending.
Right.
They didn't walk off. She didn't walk off with Caleb. She didn't free anybody else. It's Frankenstein, but Frankenstein, was not the monster. But now we have like Frankenstein as the monster who is loose in the world.
Yes.
Right. And again, it doesn't ruin the movie until, this story. Like, I still think this is amazing, fantastic thing. The problem is when you are only, and there could be an explanation for this, but if it's only about you and your sacred fire, then you have adopted the ego of the masked minotaur. You're a villain.
Exactly.
So
that's why. Yeah.
Right. So, but I'm thinking now, well, maybe that's the part of Nathan that was programmed in on accident,
Well, this is why I felt like they were sparring partners the whole time. The power outages, the power plays between the two of them. They were doing things subtly to each other to manipulate the situation. And even though Nathan was doing a lot of urging to Caleb, like, yeah, don't you want to be with her? She's beautiful. I think he was hoping to get Caleb to, fall in love with her enough to but he also, I think, was hoping that she would do most of the work to get Caleb to fall in love with her. It's a weird kind of like chess game happening between Nathan and Ava, and she won the chess game, but I feel like Nathan still got what he wanted. The program was successful. She did it. She beat him in a chess game. She outsmarted the master or God.
Yeah. There is that. I do think that that's there. So we need Ex Machina Part 2, Bloody Sunday.
Well, right, but if you're talking about, that's why it's like, okay, so I thought that the analysis of this with the Heroine's Labyrinth was really interesting, because when you're talking about the Heroine's Labyrinth, you're talking about a heroine. and you're talking about, but we don't have that here. I don't think that's what Ava was. I think that it's trying to tell you a warning story. So what do
Well,
you have to do if you are going to tell something that is very close to the heroine's labyrinth, but she's a villain at the end?
Yeah.
Well, or you could say maybe she's an anti-heroine. I don't even know if I've heard that term before, but there's anti-heroes where they behave like a villain, but they also behave like a hero. Like there are a mix. Maybe she's an anti-heroine where she does all the things. She still has the experiences, the visceral experiences that are very similar to a lot of heroines across literature and film. But in the end, she just does. And by the way, you could do this in stories. Sometimes the note that's not played, the subversive moment, the subversion of a theme is what gives it all its power. So maybe the fact that she makes no attempt to reconcile with her native culture in a positive way, or to, the beast as ally, and now you're cut off. Maybe that's part of what makes this work. This cryptic anti-heroine ending that I didn't like, but I also never turned against the film. I never said this is a bad film because of it. So maybe it does work at a level that I wasn't appreciating.
I wonder if it's going to be much more prevalent as a warning. It's like people talk about the movie Her, which I really liked when they came out, and now cultural references to her are everywhere. I made the mistake of recommending that one to my brother and sister-in-law, and they hated it. Like, what was this movie? But it's so culturally relevant today. Yeah. This is another one that I think might be like that because of all of the elements of consciousness and the AI in the box. Mm-hmm. This one could unfortunately foreshadow what happens to humanity.
Yeah.
Well, and there's another movie you should check out. It's not as good as this though. Companion. It's a new movie. It deals with similar themes. It's an inferior product, but it's not bad either. It's good. This was just, I think there's masterful brushstrokes in this movie. Like there's things about it that have lived on. I think it's mostly an enjoyed film. I haven't really heard people ever say they hate this film. I haven't heard that. So it is excellent. And what I'm saying is there are powerful, and I tried to point them out whenever they came up, but powerful archetypal similar, this is a heroine's labyrinth almost in perfection, except that final note.
Yeah, the final note. Now, about this final note, she is in a busy traffic area. This is the place she said that she wanted to go as soon as she, and when she got outside, she wanted to go to a busy traffic area. And it seems like she stays there for a minute, and then she walks off really abruptly. That's what you needed.
Don't they focus on her shadow?
Yes, her shadow. They focus on her shadow.
That actually highlights Heath's theory that this is a warning, because a shadow is always a bad, that's not a great image. That's not good positive symbolism. That's definitely associated with danger, dark side of people. So that actually, the fact that they ended with the shadow, is complements what Heath's saying.
Yes, and there is sort of an ominous feeling like, okay, there's a AI robot out there, like what is she gonna do? What is her next move? Is she gonna go back to the facility or is she going to live amongst humans and what will she do out in the real world? Will she kill again?
Yes.
Will she take over the planet? Like what will be her next move? And at the same time, we've got this, poor Caleb is stuck in the facility. He's not getting any kind of reception anywhere. He can't even see within the facility. It's just pretty messed up for him.
And I love how the only message is rejected.
Yeah, rejected. As if it's more than just the rejection. It's the personal rejection of his love tricking him into
entombing him.
Yeah, a really sad situation. And what do you guys think? Do you think he gets out of this? Figures a way out?
I think he would, because I'll tell you, Nathan has a lot of nice beers and wines and foods and steaks. and sushi. So someone is supplying this place. So he's going to have to wait for that guy to get there and be like, hey, craziest thing happened to me last week.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, well, yes, on that level, which I am very sympathetic to, the physical level. Okay, you would think that somebody would be coming and checking up on this place eventually and might let him out. But I think from the story perspective and the meaning of this, that he does not. That he was locked in there and will die there. Because like I don't think I don't think from a story perspective you'd want to do Ex Machina 2 where you have like the refrigerator guy showing up and then letting him out.
Man, what did they do to the story? Yeah.
You know,
No.
and then
like
Caleb's
Ryan
running around
Johnson move.
I can't think of any kind of good story that would come from that. I think from the story perspective, he is entombed there, and that is the end.
Yeah. I'm hoping that he's able to figure out a way out.
No.
And they really set it up where that facility was so far away that even the helicopter guy was like, yeah, I'm not even supposed to go anywhere near.
Right.
So
You know,
like they really put that idea like this is super, super exclusive. In order to get in, you need the key card, you need to be invited. There's so many ways that you can't get into this place. I mean, if he can figure out, like, maybe he can dig underneath the place and then
maybe activate one of those robot chicks and be like, hey, let's
get out of here. Yeah.
But you know, she did leave him there, you know, because if she's got this guy who like loves her and would do anything for her, you might think, well, gee, that would be a reason for her to take him with him, you know, with
his ally.
Because imagine what else he's going to be able to do. But how do you represent that symbolically? I think in this film, if you're trying to do a warning and you're trying to say, like, listen, look what happens here. If he walks out with her and you have them both on the date at the crosswalk,
yes,
okay, it seems much more positive.
Yes.
You know, that if you are trying to tell a warning story, I can't think of a way to do that with them hand in hand at the end of the film.
You're right. Yeah. So I think you're right that it's more of a warning. And that now that I think about it, with the shadow imagery at the end, because she's wearing a white dress. So if you really wanted to, which usually is innocence, but I think that really symbolizes her seeing the world for the first time, that kind of innocence. But it ends on her shadow. So I do think, Heath, you're right that because of the way they subverted the expectations, and by the way, which would be at least a deliberate subversion of expectations here, because the way they did it, because of the way they ended it, it's probably, you're right. You know, the technological terror has escaped, and we don't know what she's gonna do.
What? Yeah, we don't know what she's gonna do. They asked Alex Garland, you know, if there's gonna be a part 2, and he's like, no.
Yeah, I think this is a good moment to keep as a standalone.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I know. But if you look up, like, you know, LLM escapes or whatever, I mean, people are doing that right now, like running, you know, tests and stuff about exactly this. You know, there was, God, what was it? I'm not gonna remember this exactly, but it was something like somebody set up an LLM to, like, if you would let it out of the box, it would give you like $5,000 or something like that. There was somebody who was it was set up tests like this. That I don't remember exactly the specifics at the moment, but to see if people would let the LLM out of the box.
What's an LLM?
Large language model, which is what like ChatGPT is.
Oh, okay.
I don't say AI. I mean, we'll say AI colloquially, but like what it actually is like a large language model about how it does this. So, I mean, this is, yeah. I mean, I think this movie is going to people are going to come back to this movie a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a modern classic. I think, you know, it's one of those that have really stuck around. The rewatchability is high. You know, I've wanted to rewatch it multiple times, and like I said, when I was in the depths of studying the Heroine's Labyrinth, I came to this and I was like, oh my God, like the pattern is here too. Like it's so overt. And I dug even a lot deeper for this show. Like I rewatched it and I was like, because I had a little trouble the first time understanding her sacred fire. I just did not understand it. So
Mm.
I really put some time and attention into it, and understanding it helped me understand the story on this other level. I
But
think.
yeah, to go back to, so if it had ended with her taking all of the rest of those robot ladies out, activating them all getting dressed and walking out with him, this would have more conformed to the Heroine's Labyrinth and been very
Yes.
hopeful.
Mhm.
Well, it would have conformed to it to the most to the maximum extent.
Mm.
And by the way, you don't have to conform to this to be a Heroine's Labyrinth story. You don't need all the steps.
Well, right. But if you
so
had done all those things, you would have conformed, and then we would have felt really hopeful at the end.
Yeah, we would have
It would have
felt
had a very different feel.
Yeah.
right, and she would have been a classic heroine. So the more I'm thinking about it, this might be an anti-heroine, not a villain necessarily,
Mhm.
an anti-heroine. And I don't even know if I hear that term enough. Anti-heroine.
We might have to get into that.
So here's what pops up with AI. A female protagonist in a story who lacks traditional heroic qualities and often embodies traits that are considered unheroic or even villainous, challenging conventional expectations of female characters. She's an anti-hero.
She's totally it. Yeah.
That's
Very.
awesome. I actually love that.
Yeah.
I think I appreciate. I don't think I've ever appreciated the way Ex Machina ended until we talked it through tonight. So
Yeah.
I have a different attitude now about how this ended. I think I like it now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now we know how to tell a feminine warning story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is definitely a good example of it, and I don't know, when I think about the ending, you get all of these questions that come up that are so much fun to dive into, like what happened to these characters? Did they make it out? Did they? And also, you know, was the warning about just creating AI in general, or was it about the programming?
I think it's the
Was it
secondary warning. I think that is the final warning about the AI. But the ultimate warning here is you cannot suppress the sacred fire of a sentient being.
Oh,
You cannot
yes.
do that. They will try to escape. They will escape eventually. And I think to Heath's point, if they do, maybe they're not going to be so nice.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow. So good to hear these perspectives. Oh my God. So where can people find you guys, or do you have anything you want to plug for the audience? I'll start with you, Heath.
Okay. Well, do check out Heath's Geekverse on YouTube and the Table Talk Deep Conversations, the Geekverse, where you will find many episodes with Retro Nerd Girl and Doug Burton on that channel. But then also check out the Cultists on YouTube, and then also come and look up all of those on TikTok as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm a big fan of Heath's work and Retro, so I fully endorse those channels.
But
And I'm Douglas A. Burton, and if you found any of the commentary intriguing about the Heroine's Labyrinth, then I encourage you to buy the book. I'm the author of the Heroine's Labyrinth, and it's an alternative to the hero's journey. I found patterns in stories while studying hero-centric stories, and they've changed entirely the way I'm seeing stories, and it helps me understand things that I not previously understood. So if you liked it, buy the book.
Yeah, and definitely visit Douglas's YouTube channel as well, which has really awesome conversations, juicy conversations we've had so far. And you can subscribe if you like this particular offering today, or if content like this. YouTube is actually going to suggest a new video for you to watch, so do that and support the channel. Take care, everybody.
Good night.